Couple minutes late, but we're going to get started. I'd like to call the meeting to order of the July 27th Cambria Community Services District Board meeting. And I think we will begin as we always do with the flag salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, everyone. I believe that we do have a quorum, as all board members are here today. Agenda review is the next item up. Additions, deletions, changes.
Madam President,
Director Berenger.
I move that, or I would like to take item 8, 8A, and defer that to next month, or defer that indefinitely.
I'd like to hear from other directors. This is the item on the co-location.
We could, or we could hear from those in the audience who came here to testify.
Yeah.
If we tabled that 8A, would we still have an opportunity for the public to testify on it?
They would have to make their comments during public comment for items not on the agenda.
Then perhaps we,
Is it okay if we leave it on and accept the comments?
yeah, if that's the pleasure of the board.
Okay.
Yeah,
I
we
think
we
I'm
have quite a
seeing
few
nodding.
people who came today to speak on it, so.
On the other hand, the rationale is that to even consider that at the moment, it was mentioned last time that there might be a jeopardy of the FEMA grant.
Well, and
and
we can
so
get to that when we
somebody
get
would-
to the
okay.
agenda item, and then that
Okay,
way we can
thank you.
talk about it
All right.
further.
Sure.
All right. Thank you, Director Berenger.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Just back and forth. So we're going to start with public comment next. Which is this one? Is this the public comment one?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm going to begin with Donald Archer. I only have one slip right now for items not on the agenda. Donald Archer.
Okay, I think it is now. Okay. My name is Donald Archer. I've been here for over 25 years. I wanted to read a statement because I can do it maybe faster, I hope. I am concerned and dismayed about the lack of accountability of both the CCSD administration and board of directors for the many irresponsible, even reckless actions they have taken. When the CCSD board of directors and administration decided to purchase what they called the emergency water system, many of us were opposed to the decision and skeptical of the information provided to us as to its necessity, efficacy, and affordability. Much less expensive temporary mobile emergency systems were available and suggested. Instead, with no public vote, this village of 6,000 residents was put in hock for over $13 million and counting for a permanent, expensive, and dysfunctional plant railroaded through without proper permitting. Neither the CCSD nor the facility contractor, CDM Smith, have been held accountable for this debacle and its numerous design flaws. Without the evaporation pond, how is the CCSD going to dispose of the waste and byproducts, and how much will it cost the community? Again, is CDM Smith going to be held accountable? If not, why? Not only can the community not afford the debt we have already incurred, the system will be financially unsustainable on a permanent basis. On top of this, I understand the CCSD is purchasing the former library for nearly $1 million, and who knows how much that will finally cost. Of great concern is the lack of attention and resources directed to our aging and decaying infrastructure. Without a well-functioning infrastructure, the water supply source is worthless, and we will still need adequate storage of the water that is produced. The CCS board and administration have not been transparent or forthright. They exaggerated our lack of water supply during the drought. They used the community's precious financial resources to hire consultants, lobbyists, and information publicity officers to sell their flawed plan. They used bait-and-switch tactics. After assuring the community that the costly reverse osmosis desal system was for emergencies only, calling it the emergency water system, they changed its name to the sustainable water system and dedicated the facility to growth. As no surprise now, with the exception of Director Harry Farmer, they push for growth and say that they have to issue new water permits in order to finance this debacle they got us into. Despite the cost and proper permitting, and lack of proper permitting, the exorbitant system has never provided water successfully to the community. During our so-called water emergency and with our debt, the board gave away hundreds of gallons of our well water for free, often to those who brought huge tanks down to the fairgrounds to fill and supplied water for their own profit to landscape customers. I just have a little more. They also permitted individuals to wash their vehicles with precious potable water, as well as lifted penalties for excessive use of water. They have sustained substantial fines and continue to do so for lack of compliance with monitoring and reporting programs, not filing requested information in a timely manner, yet they have recommended and granted salary and benefit increases to the very administrators responsible for our debt and fines, who have indebted our community out of negligence and ineptness.
Could you please wrap up, sir?
Okay.
Thank you.
All this indicates an incompetent and irresponsible CCSD board and administration. The CCSD board and the management must be held accountable. We need some independent, impartial agency on behalf of the community to investigate and oversee these matters. Thank you. Sorry.
That's all right. Thank you, Mr. Archer, for your thoughts. Is there anybody else who would like to speak at public comment? I do not have any other comment cards for items not on the agenda. Yes, ma'am? Okay, we'll get to that in just a little bit. Thank you, ma'am. Oh, there we go. All right. Next up on the agenda is we have the Sheriff's Department report. Welcome this afternoon.
Good afternoon. Commander Jim Vogue, Commanding Officer, Coast Station. And I want to apologize for not coming to the last meeting. I thought it was during the daytime, and it turned out you had an afternoon one. So, yeah, I got my calendar squared away now. So, anyway, let's talk about this last month. We had 159 calls for service. The last time I took that, it was 108, so we're picking up activity, but that's, I think, common with the summer. 22 suspected criminal acts, suspicious circumstance type calls, as opposed to 26. Our phone scams went down to 3, which is always good. One, you have a warrant, but you really don't. The other one is...
Could you just speak a little more into the mic?
Yes.
Thank you.
One, it was an IRS scam, where you owe the IRS money, and who doesn't, but apparently that was not the case. It didn't come from the IRS. And one, this isn't kind of a new one that I'm seeing all the time, Apple. Your Apple Care for your phone, because so many people have Apple phones, has expired, and we need, your credit card number. So luckily they didn't have Apple Care. So check the welfare. We had 14 calls. Citizens Assist, we had 43, which is kind of a high call load around here. Talk about notable incidents. On the 1st of July, at about midnight, they found that the storage locker down there on 2400 block of Village Lane had been broken into. We've had several of these within the last months. We don't get a lot every time, but it's kind of becoming consistent. The interesting part of this one was that 3,000 pieces of Star Wars memorabilia was stolen among items. So the victim in this case had bought these things packaged and stashed them away in his storage for a later date to let him increase in value. It was worth about approximately $5,000. So, on the 3rd, at about noon, a local transient shoplifted jewelry items from a local store in the East Village. It's the second establishment that he shoplifted within that week. And we apprehended him and are seeking filing against him. This is the same person that tries doors over here on the East Village sometimes in cars. He's very well known to us, and hopefully his crime spree will stop sometime soon. On the 14th of July at the 4900 block of San Simeon Creek, an adult son knocked out the teeth of his father and choked his girlfriend to a near state of unconsciousness. He then left the area. The deputies were called, and as a lot of us know, San Simeon Creek is pretty rural up there, and once they were going up there, unfortunately, he passed them on their way up. They saw the car. They didn't have a great description of the car, but when they realized it was him, they radioed it, and they went back and they found the car and it had crashed in the creek, but the suspect was gone. He was a named suspect. They caught him later on that morning by the beach, so he's in custody for that. On the 16th of July at about 2 p.m., a person parked in front of Las Cambritas, and an unknown suspect, we don't have any witnesses on this, which is kind of interesting, at 2 o'clock on Main Street there, scratched his 2016 Lexus and flattened his tires, and carved something on the vehicle itself that was a derogatory word on the fender. The victim believes that somebody may have thought that he parked too close to the suspect's vehicle. And the suspect retaliated by vandalizing his car. So we haven't seen a lot of these, so I think it was directed right there. On the 16th, another transient shoplifted jewelry from the antique store in the 2300 block of Main Street. He's not a local transient. He's actually a county transient. He's been arrested in Arroyo Grande, San Luis Obispo, so he moves around. It's very difficult for him to make a life out of crime because he's 6'8". And he has really long hair. So when the deputy arrived, he got the description. He has seen the individual before. He went out right away and shortly thereafter found him and recovered evidence along with narcotics on him. So he was placed into custody. And as we all know, particularly CCSD, on the 18th we had the fire. And I would like to say personally, because I responded, I was up there at the CP with the Cambria Fire Chief. Cambria Fire and CAL FIRE did an outstanding job, just outstanding. It was nice to be back. I wasn't just a spectator, but I did have the deputies that arrived there before I did a great job blocking off traffic. We had a lot of complaints later on to me about blocking off traffic. Somebody had to get their bananas at the market. Somebody wanted a prescription, and we're going to try to work on some of these things, but it's really important to keep those fire hoses going and get that emergency equipment up. And sometimes, and believe it or not, it was the locals that had probably more issue than the tourists. A couple of tourists had reservations in the restaurant, so we told them another way to go. And last but not least, on the 24th, just several days ago, a part-time resident found his residence burglarized in the 2800 block of Newton. Vintage cameras and $2,000 in euros were stolen. When I look at burglaries in this area, we don't have a lot of burglaries. These are repressible crimes usually, but the times that I see more burglaries are usually part-time residents or vacation homes, and that's where you kind of see it. Thank goodness we have a big retirement community, and that means a lot of people are at home during the day, which, most burglaries occur at. So, we also were a very trusting community and way too trusting. I come from LA, so I have no trust, but I always tell people, lock your cars, lock your houses, make sure your windows are secure. That's where people come in. They don't come in, you put great deadbolt locks, they rarely kick the front door. They go out through the front door, but they go in through windows. But you leave windows open in the back, and that's the point of entry usually. So other than that, that's about it for the month.
Does anybody have any questions for the sheriff? I'd just like to say at least our vandalism isn't as bad as Mammoth Lakes. There was a story when I was up there a week and a half ago. A bear broke into and sat in and did what bears usually do in the woods in the person's Mercedes, and I believe it was a 2016 Mercedes. A little bit damaged, but that would be an interesting one to respond to, I think.
At least the bear wasn't evil, though. This was kind of evil, you know?
Intent is 100% sometimes.
Exactly.
Thank you very much. Yes, Director
Yes, Commander
Thompson.
Vogt. I understand that one of the public restrooms was vandalized. I don't know if we filed a report on that yet, but
You know, I approve every report, and I haven't seen that report, so maybe it wasn't reported.
I asked Carlos to file one with the Sheriff's Department, but you're correct. And I believe he does have footage of the individual that did it. So I'll make sure that we get that filed, Board.
great, thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming. All right, next up, Cambria Community Services District Fire Department report. Fire Chief Hollingsworth. Welcome.
Good afternoon. Thank you for letting me come here today. I think there's a little bit of an expectation to get somewhat of a report on the fire that happened the other day, just because it's something that is thankfully rare in this area. But I think it's good to understand the numbers of what it takes to actually deal with something like this. So the fire did start on the 18th. It was a vegetation fire. The cause of that fire is under investigation currently. It started just after 1 o'clock in the afternoon and was finally released people at a little after almost 8 o'clock that night. After it was all said and done, it was almost 4 acres. All the way around the outside of the fire, and it completely burned out the middle of that. Over 90 personnel, fire personnel from all over the county were here. We had 12 fire engines, 1 water tender, 1 dozer, 1 helicopter, which also included a crew. It's a very large helicopter, which able to drop water, 4 aircraft, and that doesn't include the 20-plus deputies that Commander Vogt brought up to help enforce all the road closures and evacuations, so a huge thank you to that. We cannot do this kind of stuff pretty much anywhere in the county with very aggressive automatic and mutual aid agreements, and that's what happened here. We had representatives, obviously, from our department, CAL FIRE, Cayucas, Morro Bay, Templeton, Paso Robles, South Bay. They're all over the place. They came in to help us. So it was a huge coordinated effort, and that was only for a 4-acre fire. So imagine some of these larger conflagrations that happen, and now you could start doing the math and understand why we have 2,000 and 3,000 people assigned to an incident trying to mitigate it. But I have nothing but my extreme thankfulness and gratification for the amount of help and effort these guys put in. They worked very hard. The next day, when nobody really saw it, we had 2 more crews, 2 fire engines and a water tender committed pretty much all day doing mop up and making sure it's not going to go anywhere. If you guys can remember, a couple of years ago, there was a lightning strike fire that occurred east of the high school, and within the next 2 weeks after that fire was exterminated, 2 other fires started from stuff still burning inside the circumference of that area. So we're very diligent about making sure that that's taken care of. A number of people have asked about a lot of the work that the Fire Safe Focus Group has done along with CAL FIRE and the shaded fuel breaks and things like that. They are highly effective. Unfortunately, it was a little bit farther out than where this fire was. So had the fire burned that far, it probably would have quadrupled in size before it hit that area. But that's the importance of why we have those fuel breaks. And it also shows the amount of improvement we need to continue to do in the community. There's a lot more that needs to be done to help protect us. Outside of that, we've had 79 emergency responses, and a number of those, I believe there's 4 of those right now just in the month of June, that were our water tender personnel going and helping in a lot of the other fires that are happening in the county. I don't know if you guys have been paying attention to the news or not, but this fire season, and they say this every year, has been the worst fire season ever. There has been a marked increase in the number of fires that have started in and around this county alone. A lot of it is I'm going to say accidental, but that's not really true, because if they're preventable, they're arguably not accidental, but they're man-caused, people dragging chains down the roads and things like that. So just be diligent in what we're doing. I think it's going to be very helpful. Our fire hazard fuel reduction program is getting ready to wrap up. The vast majority of the parcels have been cut and cleared. You're going to be seeing later on your agenda to approve the final contract for the remainder lots that people did not comply with. And out of the 1882 that were originally on the list, I think there's about 100 or less that are left. So we had very good compliance this year. And then also included in the report This was the first time I can give you a full month's reporting on the hydrant maintenance that a lot of us have been talking about and really trying to stress. In the month of June, we were able to maintenance and service 32 of the 361, I think, hydrants. Obviously, this takes a lot of time. Some of the hydrants are a lot faster than others, depending on what we find, but this includes taking all the caps off, cleaning them all, re-lubing everything, sandblasting the hydrant, flow testing it, and repainting it. And per NFPA guidelines, they suggest that you're supposed to flow these for 5 minutes each time you open it. All of our hydrants flow greater than 1,000 GPM, so if you do the math, just in those 32, we're looking at 160,000 gallons of water loss. Part of that is because they want you to flow until you get clean water. And kudos to the water department, we're flowing and getting clean water a lot faster than expected. So you can look at the report here, and rather than the 160,000 gallons, we've flowed less than 4,000 for all 32 of those hydrants. So we're getting really good response within the infrastructure of the system, and we have found no hydrants that have failed or had a problem with. So I'm just happy to report that. Obviously, if there is any kind of an issue, Jason's going to be first one on my phone call, and I know that we've already talked about this, and they're committed to fixing whatever kind of problem we have, but happy to report there's no other issues. And with that, I have nothing else to bring forward.
Are there questions from any board members? Vice
just-
President Sanders.
Just a comment, from all accounts, the command and control operation at the fire was extraordinary. So thank you for a job well done.
I'm very happy to say that in an incident like this, it's not simply one person. We did a unified command on this. So this was one of the battalion chiefs with CAL FIRE, Commander Vogue, and myself. We were all pretty much huddled that entire time. We focused more on the fire operation, and Commander Vogue thankfully did all the evacuations and coordinated all the street closures. And it has to be done as a cooperative effort because none of us have the resources to do all of that at once.
Director Behringer.
I understand that the helicopter was able to take a few dips out of the evaporation pond.
I believe there was 11 dips total, and we're still trying to find some exact numbers because depending on the helicopter and what they're loading that day will define what size bucket they have. It could have been as large as 500 gallons, could have been as low as around 350, but we're still not sure. As you can imagine, that pilot and that helicopter was from Bear Valley, so talk about mutual aid. They've been reassigned, and tracking that person down is very difficult. So we're still on top of that trying to figure it out. But that being the case, we could have dropped of the 11 drops that they did, I believe 5 of them were out of the pond. And when that occurred, that was because the pilot made the tactical decision to do so because the waves and the water were getting a little bit too rough for the helicopter. That being said, there has been some concern about that being non-potable water and pulled out of that pond and things like that. Let me be very clear in telling you that CAL FIRE has made extensive work through the state, and I think everybody needs to be on the same page that when something like this happens, emergency operations take precedent over that, and they have the legal right to take water from wherever they want. Whether that is a local pond, a swimming pool, the ocean, it doesn't matter. So as much as we may not want that to happen, or we could actually enter into agreements where they don't, or we coordinate better places for them to do that, maybe we could set up portable ponds to do that if we had a longer range outlook, they technically could take it where they need to, and they saw a big hole with water in it, and that's what they did.
I thank you also, for me, so happy that we got that put out before it threatened the town any further. Are we doing debriefings, and how can we do better the next time kind of conversations with the district and CAL FIRE in terms of communications and evacuations and things like that?
Yeah, absolutely. When anything like this happens, we always have an incident debriefing afterwards. And as good as you think you did, you can always do better. And hopefully everybody understands that. The number one thing that comes up always is communications. So if you can imagine on an incident like this, there was at least 4 primary different radio channels that were being used throughout the entire incident, and you had to be switching back and forth the entire time. That's just one issue. There's the evacuation component. One of the things Commander Vogue and I talked about that was very clear after the fact is that we issued the evacuation order, but we should have clearly defined where they should go if they needed a place to go. And we did that later, but it would have been better to provide that information right up front. And that's entirely my issue for not giving him that information. I hope you can understand everybody was a little busy during that time, and that was a checkbox that I missed when I was going through my command sheets. But it absolutely is something you can always improve on. They did a fantastic job in getting that information out. We did do aggressive discussions with the news agencies that came on scene, and we were able to put out information after the fact, but there was a little bit of a lag between when the incident started and when some of those things came out on the news later, and people within the community who have a vested interest in what's going on weren't getting exactly what they wanted. So we do need to figure out a better way to get more time-sensitive data out there, and we're looking at that. Nixle is an opportunity, Facebook is an opportunity, but all of those require somebody free to do so. And all the personnel we had were committed to the fire. So there has to be some kind of balance there, and we did get the information out when we were able to, but I know that there's absolute benefit to doing it earlier. So we're still looking at that, and there's probably a better way of doing it.
Do we still have an agreement to do reverse 911 when we have an emergency?
We
Did you
do,
use it?
absolutely, yes.
Did we use it in this incident?
I know it was used in some locations in the
Okay.
community. It was not used for the entire community.
Okay.
Because the evacuations didn't affect
Because it was only
West
in that
Watch,
one,
for instance.
yeah, okay.
Exactly.
Okay, I appreciate that, and I'm not trying to say that you didn't do a good job. What I'm trying to say is we can always improve.
We can always do better, that's right.
And this is scarier, but just like a drill, we should be using it as a learning experience. And
Absolutely.
one of the things I learned is that we have a good fire chief.
It was a joint effort, and everybody did a good job.
I don't know, I may be out of line in bringing this up, but you alluded to it earlier, and it's something that I heard that a number of members of this community actually came down, drove into town, especially on Burton Drive, to take pictures of the event.
Yes, they
It would seem to me like that's like so counterintuitive as to how people should be behaving during an emergency like this. How do we get the word out to people that, don't do that again, please?
Well, I think people are naturally inquisitive. Commander Vogt indicated some of the issues they dealt with. They did have people trying to circumvent the roadblocks, get through different parking access paths to maybe get into where they shouldn't have been. That wasn't the preponderance of people, that was a select few. Some of the more serious concerns I have is people actually physically breaching those evacuation lines, or in one instance, actually running over the fire hose. That is a categorically bad idea, because you have to realize I've got people working at the end of that hose, and you put that much pressure on a line, you could rupture it and suddenly they lose water. They're in a dire situation. So if there's anything I can tell you is don't ever do that, or you're going to have a discussion with the Sheriff's Department and me, and it's not going to end well. So it's something that we need to be very careful. You've got to realize there's safety involved with those things.
Thank you very much, Chief. Next, we have acknowledgements and presentations, and I would like to ask Diane Brooke and Stephanie Earhart, and I believe we don't have, Shanae's not here yet, to recognize them for helping us find the leak. And Jason, please.
I'm apparently the only one that doesn't have a life or a job today.
Oh, well.
Uh-oh, how cute.
On behalf of the Cambria Community Services District Board and staff, and Jason, who helped us fix the leak, we want to appreciate you and your friends with a,
Oh, wrong one, but that's okay.
Okay.
It's all right for now.
That's cool. Did you dye those?
Yes, it's official. You are an honorary water department staff member now.
the powers
at it.
vested in him.
Yes.
Make you an honorary.
Yes. And we wanted your shirt to be a little different than ours.
Thank
This
you.
is special.
That's okay. That's great. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much for finding the leak. It was.
Can you
Oh, okay.
just speak to the leak?
I just want to thank the ladies for finding the leak, and I want to acknowledge that they're picking up trash in the creek on a Sunday. what a way to spend a Sunday, huh? And that's how they found the leak. So that's pretty awesome, is double duty there. So yeah, thanks a lot. And you took a huge burden off of my desk in my life. Thank you.
Just the kind of Cambrian we need. Thank you very much. And if you want, I can give you the other two. You want to pat? All right, on. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right.
I think they already did earn them. Please, if you find a leak somewhere, you think there may be a leak, please report it to the general manager, call the district and let us know, because before we found the big one, we did find some other small ones, and the more we can address these, the better off we are. We've got 6,000 sets of eyes in this town to be looking around, and everybody's got their own little niche where they know things are going on. So please report when you find something. See something, say something, right? Next up is the manager's report.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm going to start out by reading a letter from Supervisor Bruce Gibson to Chief Scott Jalbert and Chief William Hollingsworth. And it's dated July 24th, 2017. It says, "Hello. I write in appreciation of the extraordinary efforts you and your fire crews made to suppress the fire in the Cambria on July 18th. The quick response, hard work, and dedication of your crews produced an excellent result. I'd like to also thank the work of the Fire Safe Focus Group, the Fire Safe Council, and the Cambria Community Services District, and the members of the community for their preparedness efforts. It is not easy to get information disseminated out to the public during a time of an emergency. Fire safety has been a topic in Cambria for many years, and I believe people were prepared. I got a call just after lunch that there was a fire in Cambria, and by mid-afternoon the situation appeared to be well in hand. As you know, a fire in Cambria could be devastating, but thanks to all those involved, we avoided a serious disaster that could use it, and we can use this as a learning event and be even more prepared should there be a next time. Again, thanks to all for the job well done. Sincerely, Bruce Gibson, Supervisor, District 2, San Luis Obispo County." So,
Thank you for sharing that.
yeah. I know that I know we have a lot on the agenda, but I do want to take a few minutes to go over some things. As Chief Hollingsworth said, it was a multi-jurisdictional effort to fight this fire. And it's the same with the CCSD. We have many different departments. We have an administrative department, we have a facilities and resources, we have a fire department, we have a water and wastewater department. And although we spend an inordinate amount of time discussing and relating to the sustainable water facility, there's so much more to the CCSD than just the sustainable water facility. It's a very important component of our district, but we do a lot of other things just besides that. So with that, I want to take a few minutes to go through some PowerPoints. And please take the time to look at these and think about what we're doing and the efforts of Jason and the water department and John and the wastewater and Carlos and everybody, because there's a lot of good things happening within the communities, especially relating to infrastructure. Go ahead. The Facilities and Resources Department has been doing a lot of work on the Fiscalini Ranch. We all enjoy the Fiscalini Ranch. I ran it yesterday, and I've been working hard to finish the fire breaks. They are down to just one more fire break behind Huntington Drive. So there's the fire break on Wedgwood, and there's the one on Tipton and Warren. So great job, you guys. Next slide. This is Robobank and Santa Rosa Church. You can see it's all cleared away. If a fire was to break out there, it would probably go nowhere because all the vegetation has been removed. Next slide. This is some of the work on Trenton Drive. Those are our staff members. That's the Facilities and Resources Department, so they're part of the fire breaks. They're clearing some of that material out. So every little bit helps. Next slide. This was the groundbreaking ceremony for the Fiscalini Ranch Phase 1 Park Project. We did that on Monday. We had the town criers there, and we had a official groundbreaking ceremony. We had three board members there, and we had Pros Commission, Chamber of Commerce, and some members of the community. It was well attended. We had about 30 people, and that's the community park Phase 1. If you get an opportunity, this is the rodeo grounds area. Go over there and see the work that they're doing. The Pros Commission is meeting over there once a week. Pros usually meets once a month, but Pros is now wants to be, and rightfully so, engaged in the process. So we meet with the contractor every Tuesday morning to see the status of what's been done so far. We've removed all the eucalyptus stumps. They came out a little bit easier than we anticipated, other than one. Thank goodness we had a big chainsaw. And then we've started today demoing the house on the property, the old Phillips house. So that should be completed today. We anticipate having a community grand opening somewhere around November or so when this is done. So I got some more slides, and I'll show those next month. The wastewater, more things happening in the wastewater. I know these don't seem like big things, but when we had the heavy rains, these are big things. There were times when the plant flow got up to about 2 million gallons a day, and it was because of intrusion and infiltration. So during the rains, after the rains, we identified some problem areas. We have over 400 manholes, I believe. I may be wrong, Bob, I'm not sure, but the department was unable to remove this manhole cover as it was welded together, so that's a problem. The department replaced the manhole cover with a new watertight cover. So why is that important? Because if that area is inundated with floodwaters, all that water is going to go to a lift station, and then it's going to go to the plant, and then we have to treat that water. We don't want to treat rainwater, we want to treat wastewater. Next slide. This cover was hit by a car and wasn't attached to the manhole, so it was completely separated. It was also underwater when the smallest amount of rain hit. The manhole has now been lifted to the elevation of the street and has watertight covers. This round, we ordered 25 watertight covers. So as the budget allows, we'll slowly phase out all the manhole covers, and we'll replace them with watertight manhole covers. So if that area becomes inundated with rain, we're not going to be treating rainwater, which would reduce the overall cost of operating the wastewater plant. Next slide. Here's some more. The lid was not attached in the lift station. The rings broke off, making it inaccessible. Again, we replaced it with a watertight lid. Next slide. This is what was left of the digester walkways. So our digesters at the wastewater plant are functioning the way they're supposed to be functioning. And so that's what the new walkway looks like. That was done in-house by staff. It was a safety concern. Doesn't seem like a big deal. So what we're slowly doing is replacing all the catwalks. We have all the welding equipment, and we do it as time permits. But now the operators can go up that ladder safely and stand on that platform without it falling through. So we replace that. Next one. This is an old breaker panel. The new panel is now being used as a pole box, and all the breakers are now in the panel outside the pump house. This is for one of our lift stations. So if you can see it's just a hornet's nest on the left-hand side. You can see how old that wiring is and all the electrical components in there. And now we have a state-of-the-art system in there that's tied into SCADA and is going to be much more reliable. Next slide. And this has all been done in the last couple months. This is a new electrical panel outside the pump house with SCADA. The department can track this lift station from the wastewater treatment plant at any remote location. This is accessible to the operators without the need of entering a pump house. This removed the old out-of-date electronics and replaced them with state-of-the-art communications. This lift station was the first to have remote SCADA control added along with backup controls for redundancy. In the future, and as time permits and money, all lift stations will be brought up to this level of communication and capabilities. So again, that's a very, we had an old system and we replaced it with a newer system. Next slide. So you can see an open hole right there, and that's the wet well. That's where all the wastewater flows into it. That's a pump station. It's a lift station. Those suction lines were completely corroded just due to age. I mean, there's a lot of hydrogen sulfide down in there, and they become pitted and they have holes, and then you lose suction and you have problems. Your pumps don't work. So what we did is the first suction line was replaced. You can see it there on the left-hand side. We went in and did that. Next slide. This section of the suction line, that's a section of the suction line that failed. You can see it on the left right there. FRM was the contractor that installed a new stainless steel suction line at the lift station. We went with stainless steel because it's a little more expensive, but stainless steel does not corrode. It's the price compared to Schedule 200 PVC and stainless steel is the difference is minimal. So we went with the stainless steel, and it's going to last. It'll last longer than me. So CCSD replaced the 4-inch cast iron piping with PVC holes that had been bored around the old piping to remove them. Next slide. Again, some of the same thing, just replacing manholes. He really likes these manhole pictures, I tell you. Next slide. This is a rodeo grounds. So this lid is in the middle of the dirt road with no support. Next slide. We went ahead and this lid has no concrete hold in its place. The lid was welded to the frame, so we're unable to clean the lines out. Next slide. Due to heavy rains, this manhole was up to a foot underwater and was not sealed. We did not lift the ring, but we fitted it with a watertight one. So you can see that you're just inundating your plant with rainwater. Just one at a time. We'll get these. Next one. This is some more what we did. This is, you can see it's in a low-lying area. And when that rains, it's underwater. It's all going to go to your lift station, all going to go to your plant, and you're going to be treating rainwater at a real high cost. So we went ahead and replaced that lid and removed the trees around it so we can get to it also. That's one of the things we're doing is making sure we know where all the manholes are, making sure they're accessible. We need to clean them out and getting to them. So next slide. This manhole has been installed and never sealed. The manhole was weeping water every 3-inch lift, even without the water on the ground. So again, we sealed that and replaced it. The next slide is what I really, we have 2 clarifiers. Our plant's a primary treatment plant, or secondary treatment plant. This is an old clarifier drive. We have 2 clarifiers. The one on the left is about 20 years old, a gear drive. We completely replaced that. That unit on the right-hand side is about a $20,000 unit. So we have a completely new gear drive in there right now, which will eliminate a lot of the mechanical problems at the plant. Next slide. This is the old lift station 8 guide rail. It's all corroded away. A pump slides down on there. And this is the new stainless steel lift station 8 guide rail. So all been replaced. We have to pull that pump out of there. You have brand new stainless steel guide rails now. And then again, we've looked at this lift station already. This is B3. This is the new suction lines that was installed. So we talked about that a little bit, but as you can see, they're brand new, and we don't have to worry about that pump losing prime anymore. Next one is more work on a manhole that we did. This is a manhole cover that was lifted 8 inches, and the lid was replaced, so we don't have to worry about that being inundated. Now the next one is we talked about this earlier. This was the slide behind the water leak behind the Bluebird Hotel. What really made this difficult to find is the location, obviously. It went into a casing underneath the creek. And so after working on it for a couple days, trying to excavate it, we realized that we weren't going to get to it. So that's when we came up with the plan of abandoning that line and putting a temporary line that goes over the bridge right now. And so staff and the contractors did a really good job on that. So we have that in place right now, and long term we'll probably look at replacing that, put it next to the bridge or on the bridge or under the bridge, but right now we have it resolved. And as soon as we got this resolved, we were down to a negligible amount of unaccounted for water. We were, the question's been asked to me by Steve and some other folks, how much water did we lose? We're working on that. All I can say is it was a lot. June's unaccounted for water was about 48.9%, and it was all due to this. It was due to this leak, 48.9%. So to put it in layman's terms, for every 10 gallons you pumped out of the ground, 4.98 gallons of it was unaccounted for. So that's huge. But we got it fixed, and now we're looking at production way down, and it's in line with the influent going into the wastewater plant. So we'll have, next time we read meters, at the end of this month, we'll have a better feel for exactly how much unaccounted for water we have, but I think it's going to be back in the 10 to 13% range, which is acceptable for a system like this. More pictures of this. Again, we tried to get to it. We could not get to it, abandon it. There was some concerns relating to the water going into the creek from an environmental perspective. So here's what the staff did. They put bags of sodium thiosulfate, which dechlorinates the water, right where the leak was happening. And they also put the synthetic, what do you call them, wobbles, Jason? Wattles, organic wattles in place to keep the sediment from going into the creek. And Fish and Game came out, and also our biologists came out, and they were very pleased to see the efforts that we had made. So the chlorine residual going into the pond or going into the creek once we did that there was none, and prior to that the residuals were fairly low. So we did everything we could as far as from an environmental standpoint to make sure that while the repairs were being made, that we were sensitive to the creek and the environment, and making sure that we didn't further that situation. Go ahead, and next slide. And this is some of the repairs. This is a bypass valve installation for the leak behind the Bluebird Hotel with the temporary line. And then the last one is, of course, the fire department. This was taken by Monique. It's a photo courtesy of Monique Madrid and a photo courtesy of Jason Buell. So I was on vacation at home with my grandson, but I was in contact with Chief Hollingsworth. Just really quick, I'll go over this, my staff report. We've already talked about infrastructure. Quickly, just the update on the availability of the community's water supply. Even though we had that leak, we had a really wet winter. Our wells are doing well. Sorry for the pun. The Santa Rosa wells are still up. The San Simeon wells are right at about 20 feet. Our gradient at the wastewater pond is at a positive 2 feet or thereabouts. And our WBE, which is our Windsor Bridge East, is up. I was asked by the board to come back and let you know on a drought update. I don't see any need at this point based on our billing data and our well data and our production data that we need to, at this point in time, consider going back into stage 3. I think we're good where we are right now, and I'll keep the board informed on where we are with that. We've talked about the Bluebird leak, the cease and desist order that took place in Watsonville with the regional water quality. What are the next steps? The next steps are by August 14th. We are to have a detailed and comprehensive closure plan in place. That was one of the terms and conditions associated with the cease and desist order. We did meet with Regional Water Quality Control Board and yesterday, a very productive meeting, and we talked about the alternatives that we're evaluating, and I'll share those a little bit more with the board. We did partner with Energy Watch of San Luis Obispo County, and we reclassified our accounts, our electrical accounts at the wastewater treatment plant and all over the district. And by simply reclassifying those accounts, we're going to save $14,000 a year on our electrical bill. But we still need to replace some of the equipment at the plant. And we talked about the beginning of the Phase 1 park project, and just want to thank the board for allowing me to, on a busy day like this, allowing me to spend 15-20 minutes. But again, I just want everybody to know that we're doing a lot of things on a lot of different fronts, and And, you know, I spend a great deal of my time, and so does Bob and Carolyn and the Water Department and Wastewater Department on the Sustainable Water Facility. It's an important component, but we do a lot of other things also. So if there's any questions, I'll be more than happy to answer them at this time, and I appreciate the time.
Questions, and then we'll go to public comment. Vice President Sanders.
Yes. General Manager, the speaker during the public comment period stated that the Sustainable Water Facility has never been used to produce potable water that's been infused into the distribution system. Can you confirm that that's not the case?
Yeah, that's correct. That's an inaccurate statement. We've used that facility on 4 different occasions, and Bob, as far as the water that we've got from that system, it's approximately 70 acre-feet so far.
Are there any other questions from the board?
Yes, I'd like to.
Director Farmer.
Thank you very much. I'm noticing here on, page 4 of the manager's report, where he references a public records request from Karen Dean that was dated the 6th of July. And she asks a number of questions regarding the cost of monitoring and testing and reporting with regard to the impoundment basin. We don't know how long the impoundment basin is going to continue to exist before it's, I guess you could say, decommissioned, so to speak. And she's, wanting to know about the cost of this during that process, as well as concerned about the blowers and the removal of the blowers and the cost involved there, and any involvement that we might have to have with the bank with regard to that. And also the cost of the Baker tanks, or as I notice in the SEIR, the word Baker has been crossed out in the errata, and it's now just tanks. So she asked these questions, and I realize that the district has been very busy, especially with regard to the Regional Water Board meeting in Watsonville on the 13th. But have you had the opportunity to respond to any of these questions, and has she been given any answers?
Yes, sir. She's been a few of these questions have been answered, but what we found is Karen and I were going, Ms. Dean we were going back and forth with emails, and I said, what would be a really good idea is if you came into the office and sat down with me and Bob and Patrick, and just spend some time with us, because so we can get these questions answered to you. Between her vacation and my vacation and her grandson visiting her, we agreed that probably would occur early August or mid-August. And hopefully, collectively, all 3 of us, meeting with Ms. Dean, we can get these questions answered for her. She was very pleased with that approach versus throwing up the walls of the public records request type of thing, If we don't have the answers to these, Director Farmer, we'll work hard to get the answers for her. But I think a meeting, and it may be a lengthy meeting, and if we have to have another meeting, we'll be more than happy to do that so we can get these answers to her.
It certainly sounds like an excellent idea as a way to address this. So thank you so much.
Oh, you're welcome.
And I'd like to acknowledge that some of these questions are good questions I'd like to have answers to also. So
I think a lot of people would, and I think it's important that we get you those answers, and we'll work real hard to get those answers from Ms. Dean.
Thank you, and for the community,
And for the
at
community,
large,
and for the
at
board,
large.
and for the board. So.
Thank you. I'd like to hear from Ms. Bettenhausen. Good afternoon, Dr. Bettenhausen.
Good afternoon, Madam President. I don't hang out in this room, I want to make it clear, because the fluorescent lights and the fans tend to affect my brain in a negative fashion. I have heard others talk about this too, so perhaps that could be taken up at some point for the well-being of the population.
We
I have
can
just
turn the
two quick
fans
comments.
off. I'll turn the fans.
Too quick, and if you turn off, it doesn't matter, Jerry, because it's too hot for everybody to have fans turned off. Thank you. I want to ask only two quick questions, and that is it necessary for me to submit a PRR to receive the protocol for the water distribution auditing now required by the state in October? I've asked for this before. I do not want to burden the PRR list to flow into page 2 every month. I would like a copy of the protocol. How does this district monitor its water distribution system in order that we can detect leaks, especially of the magnitude that just happened? I would also like to know, and I want to add here a comment in regard to what the general manager just said. I'm glad there was a meeting yesterday. I'm glad it went well, Madam President. I'm glad that there are going to be alternatives evaluated in the required plan for August 14th. I just heard the general manager say that they would be reported to the board. I want to assure you that once again, I think it's wise to distribute information widely in the community, and not only for the burden and edification of the elected officials. I would like to know what is happening with that working plan that is due in 3 weeks, a little less. But I really want to know how you will, later in the agenda then too, evaluate the relationship of this working plan to the revised final subordinate subsequent, whatever the S stands for, EIR. Because I do not believe that you have the authority as a board to certify something that is so incomplete as it is without this crucial next step legally in terms of the cease and desist order. I will bring that up again later, but when will the public see this plan? And that's not the question of when will the board see it. The question is, when will the public see this plan? And that, I assume, will be after the executive director of the Regional Water Quality Control Board approves it. Thank you very much. I'll now go hide again.
Thank you. I just had a quick comment about the meeting yesterday at the Regional Water Quality Control Board with the staff. CDM Smith was on a conference call there, and I attended. It did go fairly smoothly, working through what the different options may be and what the better options, what'll make it easier for their executive officer to certify that plan. And I know that CDM and Bob and Jerry and Carolyn are working hard on getting all the information together so that we can have the plan. And Elizabeth's point is well taken on distributing that so we have an idea of what's going to be happening with it, because it's not going to be fun if it rains and we have more rain go into that pond. It's going to be additional violations, which we need to avoid. So,
If I could, excuse me, Madam President.
Director Farmer.
I'm noticing also on page 5 of the manager's report where he says about discussing the impoundment basin closure plan, which is being, we're referencing right now, and about how long the district has to empty the impoundment basin. And I believe that we were given 5 years at the regional meeting on the 13th. But I think the community would probably like to know how much it's going to cost to empty the impoundment basin. You probably can't have a figure on that because we don't know how long it's going to take. But what I'd like to know is who's going to be paying this bill. You talked about CDM Smith being involved in the conference call. They were the people that designed this somewhat flawed situation that we have out there with the impoundment basin. And are they going to be contributing at all to the cost of the dismantling and everything else that takes place? Or is this bill going to be footed by the ratepayers of this community?
The cost associated with the 4 options will be part of the closure plan, so we don't have those figures right now, Director Farmer. What we presented to the regional board in Watsonville was 4 alternatives. One was evaporation, the second was ion exchange, the third was reversing the flow through the existing wastewater effluent pipe, and the fourth, trucking to the wastewater treatment plant. I think that's with regards to who will bear the burden of those costs. I think that's a further conversation that that I would recommend the board have in a closed session environment to determine exactly how you want to proceed with that.
Thank you. I just have two small comments on the manager's report. One, I did notice that in the facilities report, it says that 2 basketball hoops were removed from the parking lot here. And I don't know if anybody usually plays pickup games here in the parking lot, but I mean, an additional recreational facility being gone is.
Yeah, we put those up. I suggested we put them up because we're trying to enhance, you know, any recreational opportunities that we can. You know, it's unfortunate. We're experiencing vandalism. You know, you talked about the bathroom and the skate park and the basketball rims. So I asked Carlos to remove them for a month or so and then put them back up. We are looking at what they call breakaway rims, where you can hang on them. They just kind of, they have hinges on them. But it's unfortunate that people vandalize things, and so that's why they're temporarily down. I want to put them back up. I think it's important for people to be able to have an area where they can play pickup games and things like that. So they are down. But we do plan on putting them back up, and we're going to try it again. And you know, just like water leaks, I think if the community can have their eyes and, you know, their ears open to their resources, you know, when we get that park built, we don't want that vandalized either. So it's important that, you know, these are community resources, and I think we all work together and make sure that we, you know, let us know if somebody's vandalizing or call the sheriff's department. So.
Thank you. Let's move on then to the ad hoc committee reports and other related board member reports. The infrastructure committee, do you have a report this month?
Excuse me, my apologies. I'd like to bring up a couple of more things that I'm realizing are in the general manager's report.
Sure,
If you
Director
don't mind.
Farmer.
Thank you very much. I think it's on page 9 here with regard to the capital CIP planning and updating, capital improvements project planning. I'm just, and first I want to commend John Alchin and his staff out at the wastewater facility for the excellent work that they're doing. I think some of that was referenced in the photos that the general manager presented to us a little bit earlier here. But I know in meetings that we had earlier between the general manager and Engineer Greshens and Director Beringer and myself and, and John Alchin, the wastewater supervisor, and Director Greshens and Supervisor Greshens had come up with this long-range capital improvements project for the wastewater facility. And initially, part of the cost was going to be roughly $1 million in the upcoming fiscal year, and that's for the most part pretty much been abandoned. And it just is of a concern to me. You know, I'm looking, if I can just get it quickly here to page 18, and this is regarding cash flow projection for this coming fiscal year that we've just entered into through the end of June in 2018. And so we have here basically, when I see here for cash out, and by the way, we continue to run at a deficit. I'm sure members of the community need to know that. And I know it's that the margin has been kind of decreased, but we're still unfortunately spending more than we have coming in. But I think what concerns me is I was just referencing how much we were hoping to spend to upgrade the wastewater facility. And now I see, other than the effluent screen for $85,000, we're spending, and I'm not finding fault with what I'm about to say here. It's just making a statement of fact that the main improvements that we see here in cash out with regard to capital projects, a little over $300,000 for ranch improvements, in other words, the East Ranch improvements, purchasing the new, I'm assuming, administration office building on Main Street, the old library, and that's about $250,000. The emergency water facility project, and it says here $300,000, which could easily be a low ball figure, we don't know. But I'm looking at the Stewart Street tank repair, which I believe initially the discussion was it was going to be about $150,000, and that's $64,000, but that's probably just avoiding further costs down the road. And then, like I say, with regard to the influence screen, or I think it's called the rag picker, $85,000 for, like I said, the wastewater treatment plant, which is going to require, much more repair than that. So I'm just wondering why it is, like I say, that it seems as if our financial resources are not necessarily being spent in the right places. And as I said, this is nothing against what's going on at the park or with regard to other things that we're doing here, but it seems like we are mainly a water and wastewater services district. And I feel as if we need to be spending our time and energy and resources on improving those areas in the water storage and delivery system, as opposed to these other items that I just brought up. Thank you.
Thank you. If I may just quickly address some of that, the money for the park and the money for the SWF project are part of the goals that the board has set, and those annual goals are part of how we do the budgeting. The things that are on this cash flow list that were not directly part of our goals are purchasing the admin office building, and we did already approve for the fire truck purchase because it was long overdue, but the goals are supposed to guide how we distribute our various resources monetarily and staff-wise. So that's something to consider going forward into the next year or so. I was grateful to see so many manhole covers and so much maintenance is starting to be done. And I understand your concern completely. So I definitely want to acknowledge that you point those things out, that they are important to be recognizing that we are overspending. The priorities, though, are part of because that's part of why we set goals for the years, so that we can set priorities for what to do with the money. So maybe, I don't know if that helps at all, but.
I just think that the community needs to know how our money's being spent and what they feel. Hopefully some people will maybe write letters to the editor or something and respond to what they feel are the important priorities of how their ratepayers' money should be spent. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Berenker.
President Rice, if we're talking about an infrastructure ad hoc report, we don't have a specific one. I would like to reiterate my desire, and I think Director Farmer's desire, to get some of these capital improvement projects going quickly. And I think one of the things that's coming up next month, I believe, is the Bartles and Wells, who has done a lot of work on rate studies to make sure that the water and wastewater rates reflect some of these capital improvements that need to be done and get going. And I know that the Finance Committee wanted to have a balanced budget. Thank you very much, but we're going to have to make sure that the rates are covering those things, including some of these capital improvement projects. So
Indeed.
that's my report there.
I think the Finance Committee is also intends to bring back a policy for paying back the general fund for monies that are spent out of general fund for water and wastewater.
And I might add, I think most people have my phone number. If you have any priorities you want, just give me a call, and I'd be glad to, rather than read it in the Cambrian, although I like doing that too, but my number's in the book.
Do we have any other liaison reports? Director Thompson.
Well, I attended the pros meeting and the groundbreaking and for the community park, and the general manager has pretty much covered that, so I won't belabor that point. I think what's important is that the first phase is expected to be completed within the next several months, and then the first occupants of the park will be the dog park, where it will be moved from its current location, which is not really appropriate for the dog park because of its proximity to the creek, and it'll be the first occupant of the park, and then other work will follow. But I think it's a great kickoff. I know that Steve Niffen, who's been a very strong proponent of the park, is very pleased that we are finally starting to make good our commitment to the county for using part of the Fiscalini Ranch Preserve for the purpose that we committed to some 20 years ago. So again, the Pros Commission will be meeting every Tuesday at that location to get a hands-on feel for the progress of the park.
Thank you. Other liaison reports? I just want to let folks know I did go to the reception in Monterey for the Coastal Commission. It was nice. It was at the university. It was sponsored by the Economic Vitality Commission, and the local chamber got together, the tourism board, they all kind of got together and tossed a real nice soiree. And the Coastal Commission is coming here in September, so I'm hoping maybe we can get the chamber and maybe the tourism board involved in helping us throw a party for the commissioners after their first day of meeting in September. Fortunately, Watsonville and Monterey are not too far apart. They were only a day apart, those meetings. Did you have any reports, Harry, for FFRP or?
Cool, I'm Harry now.
Director Farmer.
Director Farmer. No, I like Harry better. Well, first off, since I've been posing all these somewhat problematic questions, I guess I could bring up some good news here for just a moment. First off, from the Forest Committee, we actually have, here's the new invasive weed guide that hopefully will be available at some point in the near future. It just has very attractive photos of, I'll just pass this around, very attractive photos and descriptions of invasive weeds that we all probably have somewhere, either in our yard or close by, that type of thing. I want to thank Christine Heinrich for her hard work on this, and it'll be available for us in the public sometime soon, and no doubt, I think it's already available, I could be wrong, but a copy of it may already be available for viewing at the library. The website, by the way, is CambriaForestCommittee.org if you want to go there and see more information on this. And also Dan Turner of the Fire Safe Focus Group. He's requesting or soliciting information or ideas for new grant ideas involving the forest health as well as fire safety, especially regarding, let's say, French broom removal and such. I'd like to briefly report on the Fiscalini, Friends of the Fiscalini Ranch meeting that took place. A couple of really nice things. There's new signs that are being posted in the on the ranch, so people can actually navigate their way through there with these approved and very attractive trail markings. I want to commend Carlos for the excellent, Carlos Mendoza for the excellent work that he did on that, as did everybody else, on the board of the Fiscalini Ranch, and he did an excellent job designing and installing them. And also, I want to mention the children at the Santa Lucia Middle School who had this little project, and they did watercolors of various plants and wildlife, and they had information about these plants and the wildlife. They were very creative, and these are the sixth graders, as I said, at the middle school, and these are being available, right? They're available for viewing right now at the ranch office, which is right down there by Sandy's Deli in the West Village there, and also at the library. And it's just kind of very inspiring to see how involved the young people got, these sixth graders. And also, there's going to be an opportunity, there's an effort being made to get the children involved in various youth ranch stewardship issues and becoming junior docents. And then finally, and this might be something of interest if I can find it here as quickly as possible. The regular meeting of the North Coast Advisory Council, one of the issues that came up was this pretty lengthy presentation. It seemed like it took almost an hour from a couple of gentlemen from the Southern California Gas Company, and the ultimate goal here is to put these poles, not that many of them, they said about 9 here in Cambria, although it was interesting of the 9 poles that they're putting up in Cambria, and these are basically to read your meters, so there will no longer be anybody driving around, parking the vehicle and then walking and reading the meters, although, I'm kind of concerned about those people losing their jobs. But of all these poles, there were 5 on Lodge Hill and none on Park Hill and none on Happy Hill. So it appears as if they didn't necessarily do as thorough a job as to where they're going to put these poles to read your meters at your home. Also, it was supposed to be a very environmentally friendly type of situation because of no more vehicles, but there was supposed to be, real community outreach from Southern California Gas during this, and the Land Use Committee from North Coast Advisory Council went out and talked to the people where all these polls are being done, and they said they hadn't seen anybody from the Southern California Gas Company. So they don't necessarily know how to move forward with this, and the NCAC, as a result, they neither approved or denied the request from Southern California Gas to have these poles installed, and they're sending all of the comments that they made and the public made to county planning. I hope that made sense in one fashion or another, and those are my reports. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other reports? Okay, let's move on to consent. I just have one small comment. Does anybody have any items to pull off of consent? I would entertain a motion, and then I can make my comment.
I move that we approve the consent agenda.
Second the motion.
Moved by Director Berenger, seconded by Vice President Sanders. The comment I just wanted to make is on the expenditure report. I wanted to thank our finance guy. I hope it looks like you survived the June 30th end of the fiscal year partying of all the accountants. Because you had added at the end a breakdown by general fund versus water fund, wastewater fund. I find that information extremely useful, so thank you for adding that. Mr. Gruber.
And I just wanted to let you know that Patrick will be retiring November 30th. I offered him a Jelly of the Month Club, which is the gift that keeps on giving, and he turned that down, and so we'll be recruiting for a new finance manager, but whoever we get will not be able to hopefully, take the place of Patrick, so we're going to miss him. But I just wanted to prepare you for that, because it's going to be a tremendous void on the organization, but hopefully we'll get somebody with some good qualifications, and and Patrick's not quite riding off into the sunset yet, but he will be soon.
Okay.
So just want to let the board and the community know that, and just thank him for everything he does and continue to do for the district.
Definitely be a loss, but I'm glad we're getting some additional things in place before he's gone. Director Farmer?
I just want to
followed by
say,
Director Tom.
oh, thank you, I'm sorry. I've been talking a lot. My apologies for talking so much. There must be people out there saying, Harry, could you just... Thank you, Di. I do want to say that I think with regard to a nice gift for our finance manager, and he's going to be greatly missed, perhaps a pretzel of the month. There must exist somewhere. I just want to point out for members of the community who might want to know about some of the items on the expenditure report, and this doesn't necessarily need long discussion. I just want to bring this up that with regard to Abalone Coast Analytical, who does the testing out at our water facility and the impoundment basin, that we spent roughly $24,000 last month with regard to testing for dioxins such as radium and asbestos and tritium and fluoride. And the task order from CDM Smith, task order number 8, that seems to be somewhat ongoing, was $17,500 for a plant that isn't operating at all this year. Just thought people might want to know that. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Farmer. Let's have a roll call vote, please. Moved by Director Behringer, seconded by Vice President Sanders.
Director Behringer?
Aye.
Vice President Sanders?
Aye.
Director Farmer?
Aye.
Director Thompson?
Aye.
President Rice?
Aye. That passes 5-0. Thank you very much. That moves us to hearings and appeals. This is a public hearing to consider adoption of Resolution 33, 2017. Would you like to introduce the item?
Yes, Madam President, and then District Council Tim Carmella, go ahead and present the item. It's a public hearing to consider the adoption of a Resolution 33-217, order an abatement of a public nuisance for the Fire Hazard Fuel Reduction Program, otherwise known as FHFRP. You have this green sheeted in your agenda because there was a few additions added to it, and so we just wanted to make sure that you had the most accurate record of what was being proposed to you today. With that, I'll turn it over to Tim Carmel.
Madam President, members of the board, this is step 2 in your fire hazard fuel reduction program. It's the ordering of the abatement of dangerous vegetation on lots that haven't been cleared. I think 1,887 lots received notice to destroy weeds. There are about 100 left on the list that we will send to the contractor. This is a public hearing to consider objections to properties that are on that list that may have subsequently been cleared. So request that you open the public hearing, consider any objections, make modifications to the list as appropriate, and adopt the resolution. Be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Carmel. I'd like to open the public hearing. I don't have any slips. Is there anybody here to speak on this item? Protests or objections? Do you object to this program, Chief Hollingsworth?
I absolutely do not object to it. Thank you. Thank you for considering this. I do want to just bring to your attention, and if it's appropriate, request that you redact 3 of the numbers that are on the list. Please understand that what happens is there is a lag time between when inspections occur and when this is generated for you. And the purpose of this program is compliance. It's not punitive in nature. So there were some other additions that people were able to clear the lots in the lag time. So I have 3 additions here that I would like to remove from the list if appropriate. I can either read them in or I could just hand them to you.
Mr. Carmel?
They should be read into the record.
Okay.
Thank
the
you.
3 that I would like to redact if possible are 024.062.012. Second is 024.062.014. And finally, 024.212.023. Those 3 parcels should be removed from your list.
Thank you for bringing that to our attention. Did you get those, Ms. Madrid? Thank you. So with that change, I don't have any objections or protests, so I'd like to close the public hearing. And we did make a modification. I would take a motion on this item.
Madam President, I move that we adopt Resolution 36-2017 as amended with the redaction of the parcels listed on Exhibit A as read into the record by the fire chief.
Question, did you mean Resolution 33-2017? I thought you said 36.
I'm sorry, the staff report says 36.
The
And the-
addendum says 33.
33, so we'll
Yeah.
make it 33-2017. Thank you.
Okay. Moved by Vice President Sanders, seconded by Director Thompson. Is there any comment from the board? I don't have any items. We already closed the public hearing, so I think that we can have a roll call.
Director Thompson?
Aye.
Vice President Sanders?
Aye.
Director Farmer?
Aye.
Director Berenger?
Aye.
President Rice?
Aye. Thank you very much. That was quick and painless. Does anybody need a break, or we want to just keep going? All right. Energizer bunnies up here. Let's move on then. We're on 8A. Before we get started on this item, we do have a number of requests to speak on this item, and this is a project we've been working on quite a long time, to be trying to figure out how to co-locate and share services, share some of the costs of running the district with the CCHD. And the initial resolution that was in the packet in June is the same resolution that showed up in this month's packet. And I would suggest that with the healthcare district's resolution, which is quite clear, that I think that we can, without passing a resolution, give direction to staff to work with the district in compliance with the resolution that the healthcare district passed at their meeting. When we need to have something more formal, I think we can bring it back at that time, and then we would be able to address any of the things that have been to kind of come out into the open relating to doing co-location, the possibility of temporary or permanent co-location. But this is a rather large policy issue, and that I know we want to get right. Director Thompson?
Thank you. Yes, I've actually, this has been around at least as long as I have, which is 17 or 18 years. And I've personally been involved with these discussions for the last 7. I think there's merit to having some joint activities, whether it be co-location, whether it be cross-training, whether it be whatever, with the personnel of the health district. I share your concern about passing a resolution at this point. I think until we have something concrete to come together on, it might just not be, it might just be premature. We have, there have been a number of meetings with the fire department and with the health district, and the last issue that basically put things to rest for a while had to do with the fact that there's state legislation which precludes health district personnel from fighting fires. And so until there's a specific provision which allows them to actively participate on the fire engines, I think we really don't have anything to discuss with them in terms of joint activity. I know they do work together. They work together well. The community is well served by the personnel that, and in particular medical situations. I had an occasion to have both the paramedics and the fire department come to my home. Basically, our suggestion to the health district some time ago, after the collapse of the hillside, which resulted in the health district not being able to utilize their facility, the offer at that time was to provide some sort of temporary facility for them to work out of, whether it be a modular in the parking lot or what have you. I don't think we're in a position right now to talk about expansion of the fire department facility. And so until we really have more to discuss in terms of working together and being, well, let me leave it at that. When we have an opportunity for the health district to fully participate on a fire engine, perhaps we can examine this again. But at this point in time, I really don't see where we can go forward on this.
I agree with Mr. Thompson, and I'd also like to hear from the public, too.
We're going to hear from the public. I just wanted to put out there, and Director Thompson's on the fire committee, so I wanted to hear what he had to say. But in line with what you had asked at the very beginning of the meeting relating to this item, why don't we take public comment, and then we'll come back for discussion, because I see everybody's light is disco light up here. All right. We will begin with Shirley Bianchi, followed by Mary Adamson. Welcome.
Good afternoon. My name is Shirley Bianchi, and I want to emphasize today that I'm speaking as a private citizen and as someone who lives outside of the services district boundaries, but inside of the healthcare district boundaries. I realize that there's a new resolution before this board today, but the very fact that the other one existed, I find extremely disturbing, because it still exists in somebody's brain somewhere. People outside of the services district actually perceive it not only as a move to take over the FEMA Cal OES grant for the fire department use, but as, my computer was broken and I can't read my own handwriting. I mean, I shouldn't say it was broken, we were out of power. But as an eventual absorption of the ambulance service into the fire department. As a Board of Supervisors ex-member, when I had a decision to make, I would look not only at the short-term goal, but long-term, would the vote today that I was taking trigger the law of unintended consequences. You all are honorable people, but you won't be here forever. Could some future board vote to assume complete control of the ambulance service and its source of funding? Probably that would be illegal, but the taxing authority of the CCHD might be too great a temptation for a future board. I only have a little bit more. This, however, would create a situation for us outside the CCSD of paying taxes and not being able to vote for those making decisions on how our tax dollars were being spent. This used to be known as taxation without representation. So the CCHD has other options for crew location besides co-location. It has other options. So the crew quarters, if it is determined that the current location on Main Street is not ever safe, we have those options. So I'm urging everyone to please vote no on this resolution and put this co-location discussion to rest for a while. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
And
Ms.
sorry I went over.
Oh, no, you didn't? Yeah, I didn't hear a buzz. We're good. Mary Adamson, followed by Mike Lyons.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name's Mary Adamson. I live here in Cambria, and there's a couple of things I would like to address. First of all, we have the money available and targeted, earmarked to make repairs from the storm damage to the current facility. And that needs to be done. This is a piece of property that is owned by Cambria, one of our only pieces of property, as I understand it, or investments, and it needs to be kept up, and that's what this money was earmarked to do. To use it for anything else would not be proper, I don't think. In addition, in this community, we have an extreme lack of medical care, and I really think we need medical care in this community. And having a place to house it is important, perhaps in that location that we have. And the board needs to address that at some point. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Mike Lyons, followed by Mary Fay Zank.
Mike Lyons, Cambria. Most of us here today are taxpayers, and part of our taxes support the health district services. Therefore, we can be said, in some senses, to own the assets of the CCHD. The greatest asset of the CCHD is, of course, the fine people who are on the staff and who man the ambulance services in providing life-saving help to many people here who are residents and visitors. But we have tangible assets that are quite important to recognize. One is the ambulance vehicles themselves, and the other is the property on East Main Street, which is owned by the health department and therefore by taxpayers. This is what concerns me most today. It is most important to preserve the value in the Main Street property and to keep in mind that if we allow the FEMA funds to be diverted to another location or for another purpose, we definitely do not have enough funds in the budget, since it's been running in the deficit for the last 4 or 5 years, in the health department budget, to fix that property. It would have a disastrous effect on the building for the health department itself, as well as the community health services that provides valuable rental to the health department. There are very important questions, legal and practical, that need to be considered, and I'm very happy to note today that the board seems to be very mindful of the disparity between the wording of the current resolution, which says that they will authorize the general manager to work cooperatively to co-locate the two facilities, and now allow us to express our own views about caution. One thing is the legal aspect of how do we merge these two completely divergent legal entities. Another one is, how do we consult the neighborhood, which is quite important in terms of noise and vehicle traffic and things like that. And very important, how do we keep equity in the property that belongs to the CCHD? I want to make sure that that's not ceded to another entity. I am not taking a position on the co-location itself, but I'm just very much in favor of a cautious attitude with these things in mind. First, study the open issues, the big open issues that some of which I've outlined today. Second, answer the valid questions to the satisfaction of most people of those very questions. Consider carefully and deliberately, and most of all, do not discard or toss away or denigrate the number one tangible asset that is held by the health department and therefore the taxpayers.
Thank you. Mary Fay Zank, followed by Tom Gray.
Good afternoon. My name is Mary Fay Zank, and I've lived in Cambria since February of 2008. My interest in making a public comment today is to highlight the importance of the health care district as a health care district. I would like to emphasize that one of the key services that the health care district offers to Cambria and the surrounding regions is to rent a viable, workable space for community health centers to offer health care to the local community. I'm going to very briefly quote the mission of CHC. It is to enhance the health status of all people in the Central Coast of California, with special emphasis on the medically underserved in strategically located health centers. We, I believe, are medically underserved. I know this firsthand, that community health centers works to provide health care. My husband and I have used CHC as our primary care resource for 9 years, with notable and increasing satisfaction. Although the space could certainly use updates and significant improvements, it is nonetheless a presence here in Cambria like no other, where people who have Medicaid as their primary insurance are welcome as well as those who have Medicare and other insurance programs. Under the present leadership of Cece Lomelli and the staff, many elderly residents of Cambria receive local medical care at CHC. Many children and teenagers, along with their parents, these same people who serve our community faithfully and may not speak English fluently, now have a local resource. What concrete thought has been given to updating and/or expanding this facility, which serves very directly the healthcare of Cambria? What consideration has been given to selling this property? What would be the ramifications of such a sale, which I am certainly not encouraging? These are just some of the many unanswered questions for me, way too many for an open-ended resolution such as this to be passed today. Homework or research in these areas can be done without any resolution being passed. That work should be done in the open and with the input and involvement of many members of our highly resourceful residents of Cambria. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Tom Gray, followed by Barbara Bronson Gray. Welcome.
Hello. I'm Tom Gray. Is the mic on? Yeah, Tom Gray, Cambria resident. I wanted to talk today, actually, and other people are going to speak and have been speaking about the impact of co-location and merger on the healthcare district, which isn't good, and I agree with them. But I wanted to talk in particular about the problem that this co-location idea would present to the CCSD and to the CCSD's taxpayers specifically. First of all, I think as Director Thompson alluded to, we're not talking about permanent co-location, because the temporary issue of housing the ambulance crews while repairs are being done on the Main Street properties has been taken care of. They're in a private home, renting a private home, and for a few months that will work fine. So we're talking about a permanent solution. We're also talking, and we know this thanks to earlier resolutions and other language, that the fire department's wish is to have an expansion of the fire station, which will include both ambulance and firefighters. So that's what really is on the table. Here's the problem with that. There are two problems here that are before us. One is the healthcare district's problem of the damage that was done in the storm. They have a way to fix that with FEMA money without moving, and that's going to be taken care of if things are allowed to run their course. The fire department has a problem, which they've noted, they have not enough space for the current number of firefighters. A very, very expensive solution to that would be to add on to the fire station a facility that includes both ambulance and firefighters. A much cheaper solution might be simply to remodel or maybe do a minor add-on to the fire station without doing co-location. But apparently, the drive has been on for a long time to have a combined facility, which I think would be very expensive, several times more expensive probably than whatever is done to the Main Street property. And so what I would say is, I would like this resolution to be voted down, but also to stop the talk of co-location as a solution to either agency's problem, because it's not, and it's very, very expensive. Basically, it would be a waste of money. Thank you.
Thank you. Barbara Bronson Gray, followed by Lori, I'm going to butcher your last name, Millier.
Good afternoon.
Welcome.
I think this is the first time I've followed my husband in public speaking, so it's I am a director of the Cambria Community Healthcare District, but today I am speaking for Bev Praver. These are all her words, and she's unable to be here today, and she asked me to speak. Can you hear me okay? This is how. The Health District was established in 1947 by a vote of the local constituency. Its mission was to attract physicians and dentists to locate their practice to the community. Today, its mission is to improve the health of district residents by providing emergency services, enhancing access to care, and promoting wellness. Our ambulance service, EMTs and paramedics, do an outstanding job, but we are a medically underserved community, and the Health District is working hard toward finding solutions to that problem. Moving our ambulance service on a permanent basis would require an expansion of the current fire station. The first resolution that was included in your packet for this meeting revealed the true long-term agenda of the supporters of our fire department, although most of that language has been removed in the amended resolution. The current Health District Board majority is not working toward its mission statement. Although the latest resolution only calls for discussions between CCSD and CHD, I think there's nothing to be gained for the healthcare district by these discussions. Remember, it's Bev. She goes on. The FEMA grant money was requested for the purpose of correcting the problem with the slope behind the Main Street property. There's nothing to be gained by discussing co-location. Even on a temporary basis, it would cost more than the CCHD is currently spending on housing the crew. If funds for repairing the Main Street property were used to co-locate, it could result in a total loss of value of the facility on Main Street. If the slope behind the Main Street property is not stabilized, the buildings could be declared uninhabitable. If that happens, the district would lose the rental income from the current CHC property, and the property would be difficult to sell. In my words, we don't want to sell it anyway. Back to Bev. There's no need to rush into an agreement without thinking through all the possible ramifications of the decision. Response times for our ambulance service have been declared excellent by the county's Emergency Medical Services Quality Control Officer just last month. Please do not run the risk of losing some of the health care we already have. Therefore, I urge you to put this issue to bed. Thank you.
Thank you. Lori, please prevent me from butchering your last name again. And followed by Betty Swerk. Could you please say your last name for me?
I will, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Laurie, my name is Dr. Laurie Malure. That's the Arkansas pronunciation, not the French. So, I live in Cambria. I am a health professional with over 40 years of health-related experience, and I am a member of the Health Advocacy Board Committee for the Cambria Community Healthcare District. I appreciate the opportunity today to, excuse me while I look at this, the opportunity to share with you the strength that our Cambria Community Healthcare District has, the voice it has to be an advocate to help bring more local medical services to our community. Last year, we conducted a community-wide healthcare needs survey. Results from the survey confirmed our community's support and ongoing satisfaction with our ambulance service and staff. In addition, however, the community very clearly and strongly expressed their need and desire for more local health or medical services. The survey results have proved to be a powerful tool for initiating dialogue with both public and private healthcare agencies on how we can meet our community's expressed needs. For example, the Health Advocacy Committee, in collaboration with Coast Unified School District, is working with SLO County's Health Department to bring much-needed medical, dental, and mental health services to our children and teens. Additional examples are the dialogue or discussions that have been occurring over the past year with private health agencies to see how we might bring more doctors, more nurse practitioners, more diagnostic procedures or services, as well as extended office hours for our district residents. I am delighted and also honored to be able to announce today that First California, excuse me, I just have a few more seconds. First California Physician Partners, a tenant subsidiary, has signed a letter of intent with John Lynn to place a primary care practice in Cambria, opening and with the intention to open it in January of 2018. And if I might continue with just one more paragraph.
Sure. Please be quick.
I'm struggling a little. I'm visually impaired, and this is a little difficult, but okay. This is very exciting and welcome news for our community. And I think what this board needs to appreciate is that, and everyone in the community, is that this shows the ability of our healthcare district to effectively advocate and secure additional or expanded local medical care or services without increased expense to our taxpayers. Keep in mind that our healthcare district is our only local publicly funded agency that looks out for the health care of all of the district residents. And it would be a shame for them to lose the power of this voice. So in summary, and in my opinion, I do not see where co-location would provide any direct advantage, and in fact would ultimately lead probably to the extermination or extinguishing of our healthcare district. Therefore, as a health professional and community resident, I do not support co-location, and I urge you to vote no on this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Betty Swerk, followed by Mark Rochefort. Sorry, that's not the end of your time.
Good afternoon. My name is Betty Swerk, and I appreciate the public input on the value of the CCHD as it stands as an independent entity. But my question is, why is this resolution even being presented to the CCSD at this stage? I agree with Director Barrender that it should be tabled at this stage. The CCHD is an independent body which has already taken steps to solve the problem in reinstating a permanent Main Street ambulance location. The board has applied for FEMA and Cal OES funding to shore up the wall that threatens to damage the entire Main Street location. The FEMA funding was earmarked for this purpose and cannot be repurposed to another location. So in that being the case, or whereas number 3 on the resolution, the CCHD Property Facilities Committee is requesting that the entire CCHD Board of Trustees support this relocation collaborative exploration. My question is, has the Property and Facilities Committee taken this step? And if so, what are the results? The public should know that. And then, whereas number 4, this is a vague statement which can be construed to go beyond the relocation of ambulances to the fire station. It can mean the relocation of the entire CCHD facility because it's written so vaguely. And now, therefore, it be resolved by the Board of Directors. How can this statement be made when the above portions of the resolution are not only vaguely stated, but have not been decided by the CCHD Board of Trustees? So I think the body of this resolution has not been clearly stated, and it's because the facts are not clear. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Mark Rochefort, followed by Nancy McLaughlin.
Thank you, Madam President, directors. My name is Mark Rochford. I'm a permanent resident of Cambria. Whenever I have previously addressed this board, I have supported the actions taken uniformly by the board and the CCSD. But today, I speak against item 8A. I want to thank Director Thompson for his preliminary remarks because I think it puts in focus and frames what this agenda item ultimately means. It is a step towards ultimately combining services of the Community Healthcare District, at least the emergency services, and the CCHD. Why do I oppose this maneuver and urge you to reject it? Because, in my view, a co-location of these agencies and the dispossession of the CCHD's ambulance function will ultimately force a dissolution of the Cambria Community Healthcare District. Not even one first step should be taken down this path without fully investigating and determining the will of the citizens on this significant policy issue. This is a community that needs more healthcare options beyond ambulance service, not fewer. The Cambria Community Healthcare District is the only accountable public agency that has or lawfully can have authority to promote and advocate for healthcare services for our people. If you wish to proceed down this line, either by resolution or direction of the general manager, I urge you to commence workshops or other means to determine what your constituents and the much broader constituency of the CCHD really want for themselves and their families. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Nancy McLaughlin, and my last request to speak is Iggy Fedorov.
Welcome. Thank you. My name is Nancy McLaughlin. My husband, Michael, was a CCHD board member for 2.5 years before his untimely death 1 year ago. Standing here before you is very difficult for me. Michael was the orator in the family. But I feel compelled to try to express what I think Michael would want you to know. He believed that the citizens of Cambria are entitled to accessible health care in their community, not just ambulance service. He and Barbara Gray worked to bring that goal to fruition despite opposition from the majority of the Health District Board, whose goals seem to be primarily for the ambulance service, as well as concern for the reduced revenue from the ambulance service if primary and or urgent care were available to our citizens. This proposal to merge the two districts would essentially eliminate the health care district and the push for improved health care in Cambria, in my belief. Is that what the majority of Cambrians want? I don't think so. I urge you to vote no on this proposal.
Thank you. My last request to speak is Iggy Fedorov.
Good afternoon. My name is Iggy Fedorov. My wife Suzanne and I have lived in Cambria full-time since 2000 and have had a home here since 1988. In that time, we've observed the services district and the healthcare district personnel supporting the community very well. And in addition, the CCHD's charter is to support San Simeon and the rural areas. The services district is to be commended in bringing a supplemental water facility to us and removing the specter of running out of water. good job. The healthcare district has been running a first-class ambulance service, as other speakers have said, responding on average to 55 transports to San Luis Obispo hospitals per month. Although operating at a deficit for the past 5 years, they've not let the citizens they support in any medical way from being compromised. The citizens served by the healthcare district own the property on Main Street, as others have said, that was damaged in the severe weather earlier this year. Although the majority of the damage occurred in January, little has been done to solicit competitive bids and fix the buildings and the earthen slope. They have yet to hire a general contractor to oversee the process. Now we have a resolution before the services district to combine living space on either a temporary or permanent basis between the CCHD's paramedics and the Cambria Fire Department. The facilities on Main Street are reparable, and such repairs may be covered in whole or in part by the Federal Emergency Management Agency through the California Office of Emergency Services. It makes no sense for the healthcare district to be in discussions with the services district on sharing living quarters on anything but a temporary basis. Moreover, the current temporary housing costing $3,000 per month is being covered by insurance the healthcare district maintains. Thus, there are no current costs, and there will be likely none so long as the healthcare district proceeds to promptly repair their citizen-owned property on Main Street. Please vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to bring it back to the board for discussion unless the general manager has any specific comments that he'd like to make. I'd like to start with the fire committee members. Vice President Sanders, please.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm not going to support adoption of this resolution, and I sense that there are at least 2 other votes who will probably agree with me, but I do want to set the record straight. I'm reminded of the phrase that no good deed goes unpunished. We were asked by the healthcare district to consider this resolution, and this resolution that's before us is almost virtually word for word the same as the resolution that was adopted by the healthcare district on a 4-to-1 vote. I don't think the board here is trying to step into the healthcare district's business. We're just reacting to what we were asked to do. But I hear what you're saying, and you all made some very compelling arguments, and so for those reasons, I'm not going to support the resolution.
Director Thompson, followed by Director Berenger.
I've already made my comments on this, and so I would then just basically move that this board not adopt Resolution 36-217.
No. What's the motion?
That the board not adopt Resolution 36-2017.
I would second that with a comment.
Please, Director Berenger.
At first, I was thinking of tabling it, but I think tabling is too soft. Just because we have a resolution by the healthcare district doesn't mean that we have to endorse it. Last month, we did try and make the wording right, but it appears there isn't much support. And I think a vote to reject the resolution is stronger than just tabling it. So that's why I seconded the motion.
Director Farmer.
I want to thank all the members of the community that got up and spoke. I especially want to thank Mike Lyons for his rather concise and complete overview of the situation. One of the things that Mike pointed out with regard to the resources of the healthcare district is their main resource are the very competent and excellent EMTs and paramedics that serve this community. I'd just like to know how they feel about this, about the co-location versus, I don't know if that is a question that I should be asking, but I would like to know how they feel, as they would be the ones most impacted physically by this particular move.
So we have a motion on the floor. Is there further discussion? I think that's a good question, but I think it's more at the policy level where the boards are going to have to coordinate. I think our staffs have a strong history of working together, and if there is a need for either district to help the other out, we have in the past informally done those kinds of things. Am I correct, Mr. Gruber? So I don't think there's an animosity of working relationship at the staff levels, and I feel confident that when needs arise between the two districts, we've been able to, the staffs have been able to work them out. That said, unless there's other comments, does our staff want to add anything?
Madam President, you should call for a roll call vote to codify your decision to
I
not
definitely
adopt.
will be doing that. I just want to make sure there wasn't anything else we needed to
No,
get
ma'am,
on
I
the
don't have
record
anything else to
first.
say.
And this is a case where you have to vote yes to vote no. So,
Yeah, I'm going to vote yes.
If you vote yes, then
on the
we
motion
reject
to
the resolution.
okay. And that would be Director Thompson. I think.
Director Thompson, seconded by Director Behringer.
Director Thompson?
yes.
Director Behringer?
Aye.
Director Farmer?
Yes.
Vice President Sanders?
Aye.
President Rice?
Aye. Thank you all for coming and bringing your comments. I think it's an important issue, and we will be going forward. I'm going to take presidential privilege. I think we need to take just a 5-minute, just to stand up, and then 5 minutes. We are back at 2:47. Thank you. All right, item 8B. General Manager Gruber, would you like to introduce this item for us, please?
Thank you, Madam President and board members. Discussion, item 8B is discussion and consideration of approval of real property purchase agreement for 900 Main Street, Cambria. And with that, I will give this item to District Council Tim Carmel. Thank you very much.
Thank you, General Manager Gruber. Madam President, members of the board, this is to consider a real property purchase agreement prepared by the county for the former county library building located at 900 Main Street in Cambria. The property is 9,888 square feet. The building is 2,331 square feet. The proposed purchase price is $405,000. In addition, staff estimates there's an additional $532,000 in remodel, ADA improvements, and other related costs that will have to be incurred over the course of the next few years to bring the building into a state that it could be utilized as district offices. We're looking at financing options. The best financing option we currently have is through Municipal Finance Corporation. That would be a $560,000 loan, 15-year loan at 3.8% interest, which results in approximately $49,500 a year payments, which is approximately $4,150 a month, which is a little bit more than what we're paying in rent currently, which is, I believe, $3,500 a month, plus other expenses. And that rental amount will increase every year for the next few years if we continue to occupy the building. The motivation generally for considering this proposal was the location of the building, the centralized location, making it far more accessible to the public to deal with district staff and district issues. And then secondly, investing in a good piece of real property, a valuable piece of real property, and gaining equity instead of paying rent. Those were the two main stimulus for the board to consider this. We've been negotiating with the county for a few months now. The agreement's before you, and I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Would you please just speak briefly to the negotiation process and the fact that the closed session nature of that, just so the public understands?
Right. Typically, when you're negotiating for real property, you do so privately for a number of reasons. It gets very unwieldy if you're doing it publicly. And that's why the Brown Act carves out real property negotiations as the subject of a closed session. Obviously, when you get to the point where you're really considering moving forward, it becomes a public item. It can be done in closed session, but that's certainly not the preferable approach. So that's why it's done that way, and it's pretty conventional in my experience pretty much everywhere.
Thank you, Mr. Carmel. Are there any questions from the board members? Then we'll go straight to public comments. You will each have 3 minutes. We'll start with Samuel Shaloub, followed by Leslie Richards.
Good afternoon. My name is Samuel Shaloub. I just want to say that I am a member of the school board here, but I'm speaking on behalf of myself. And I am also speaking as president and CEO of the newly formed Cambria Academy of Music and Multidisciplinary Arts. I am a nonprofit organization now, 501c3, with the express purpose of supporting public education in our town and also to provide community building among our different groups in our town. This is just for the record, this is my Articles of Incorporation, stamped by Alex Padilla, Secretary of State of California. So, I've been working on this project for over a year behind the scenes. I was graduating with my master's degree. I didn't quite have all the pieces I needed, but now I do. I'm a master of art. I've been studying music my entire life. I know what it takes to organize creative people and communities to better our community and our society overall. The mission statement of my school, and I'll get to this more, but my mission statement is to create an artistic, cultural, and musical center in Cambria, California, where the people of all walks of life can work, study, teach, and learn cooperatively in a safe and encouraging environment. I think this is an asset to our community that could be well placed in the old Cambria Library building. It's an amazing facility that has had a history of providing access to information and the further betterment of society through the gaining of knowledge. I know that I spent many days there as a kid reading, sitting in between the stacks. And I know that many other members of the community, my age, older and younger, have been impacted by the old library. And yes, we do have a new library and it's amazing, thank you. But now that this space is available, I believe that this community should have the ability to at least make use of this building through me and my nonprofit. So I've organized myself. I would like to have community members help support through donations. I'm also working with other corporations who might be willing to provide funding, which would help further this cause and take the burden off of the CCSD. I would also like to offer that if my nonprofit organization, the Cambria Academy of Music and Multidisciplinary Arts, gains control of the building, I will right now verbally agree to allow the CCSD to make use of the facility for free for their public session and private sessions. This might alleviate more of the burden, as we just heard from council, of the enormous costs that this building would require to bring up to code. And I feel that myself, my community, and other investors could come in voluntarily, provide these funds to improve the building and make it available to the community. This music academy would be right on Main Street. It would attract high-profile people, musicians, writers, poets, artists, dancers, all to come in to improve our town, to really make it a focal point of the arts. We have so many wonderful facilities here, but everyone's a little bit disparate, right? We're all kind of spread out. This would be a place to focalize all of our arts. And this is not about entertainment. I want to emphasize that. This is about gaining knowledge and gaining information. So what I would like to ask the board to do is not to approve these negotiations as they stand, but that to at least postpone them until February of 2018, such that my nonprofit organization could work with the county and maybe with the CCSD board to at least have space for me to establish myself and provide a viable plan of action moving forward. I feel very strongly about this. I've been a member of this town for 24 years. And that's what I appeal to you. Please vote not to approve this agreement. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Leslie Richards, followed by Mike Lyon. Sorry. Let me give you 3 minutes, not 0.
I'm doing this on the fly, so I just came up, before I was, excuse me. Before I was a rancher, I built houses in Cambria, and I was in construction. And I actually looked at this building originally when it came on the market. And I'm curious that there should be an inspection report that the CCSD has done for the property. Could you make that public, please? Put it on record so we can actually see that? Because I remember when we did our inspection report originally on the property, it was derelict. They had had 2 floodings. We had found black mold toxicity, dry rot, and termite damage. Your numbers for remodel may get a lot higher than you anticipate on this project. So I just want to caution you, A. So 532 for remodel on this building is a tad high, but I know you're going by county standards, and that's a different criteria than normal house building in the community. The other question I have for you too is, it's a small building and you don't really have a lot of parking, so what are you going to do to accommodate your parking situation there? I've been told there's a lot of talk about moving the old schoolhouse next door and leasing the lot next door supposedly. But there's a lot of additional costs here that are slowly creeping up attached to this project that need to be reviewed. So I just ask you to slow down a little bit and let the community have more input on what's going on with our funds. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next up, we have Mike Lyon.
My comment was really supposed to be on E.
Oh,
Sorry.
it does say E. That's my fault. Next up is Elizabeth Bettenhausen. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam President. This morning in our garage, we unfortunately had to do some killing of ants. And I hate to do it, but on the other hand, there are times. Why do I bring this up right now? Because it's very unclear from the description of this project in your agenda what is the principal and what is the interest, number 1. Number 2, what are the improvement costs? That's a little clearer. But number 3, how much are you going to pay for vinegar when you get rid of the ants in that building? I testify from experience as a volunteer in the Cambria Public Library back then. And we had a great deal of influx of these, I will not describe them with adjectives, creatures called ants. I don't know about the termites. I would be dumbfounded if they weren't there. But what I want to point out is you have absolutely no maintenance costs in this document. Once again, we pointed it out for other capital projects. Here again, no maintenance costs. I know that you have the ADA costs, but you already have, because of ADA, $140,000 future costs in addition to your general fund and your loan. We don't know if the loan includes interest. This is not yet ready for your intelligent and wise consideration, dear board. Speaks a fan of mathematics. Thank you.
Thank you. Dwayne Lee is my final request to speak. If you have an item, if you would like to speak on this item, please get a speaker slip in. Welcome.
Madam President, thank you, board, staff. On the purchase of the property on Main Street for the offices of the CCSD, at this point, I'm neither for or against this recommendation. I don't think that the general public has been given enough information to make a judgment on this capital purchase up to this point. The first time I heard about this, it was during budget discussions a few meetings prior to this, and we were told that this was going to be net neutral, which means that the cost of this building would be taken care of by savings on expenditures later on. In looking at the figures that you've put out for this meeting and the loan at 3.8%, it looks like there's going to be a remaining amount of $235,035, which will be provided from the general fund reserves. When I took accounting, that does not wash as far as being net neutral, unless there are savings that's going to be coming out of other expenditures that was not put in the proposal. And that's possible. I would just like to get a clarification on that, because to me that is not net neutral. Net neutral, if that's the case, I think this would be a good deal, because making a purchase in the future sure beats paying rent. But we want to make sure that we do this, in a very measured step and take care of the ratepayers' property. So I would suggest that for a large capital purchase like this, we need to have a little more time to study this. I think the general public needs time to give you all more input as to what they think about it, and we need to have more input from both the staff and the board. And I think if we come together on that, and the more education that we have on a project like this, the more we can pull forward in going in the right direction for a program such as this. So I would just like to make the suggestion today, that you postpone your vote until we've had a little more time to look at all the other aspects, maybe like parking and so on that was just brought up. So I would suggest that you table this until a later date, maybe have another meeting where the board and the staff and just the general public can have some input and come together. Then you can make your decision as to which way you want to go on this. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Mary Webb.
Is that the last one?
Mary Webb speaking, resident Cambria. I'm really concerned about the amount of money being spent right now, this $1 million. I just don't even know where we think that money is coming from. But more than that, I think that we need an analysis of like what is the traffic, what's the traffic pattern right now at the CSD offices? How many trucks, CSD trucks, go in and out of there? How many regular customers have to go in and out of the CSD office? How many times does CSD staff and the board have to go in and out for meetings or whatever? How does that affect the aesthetics of downtown? Are CSD trucks going to be parked along Main Street there, visible from Scenic Highway 1? Or, is there going to be a lot of ingress, egress, like CSD staff needing to run out to do repairs, at the SWF or at the wastewater treatment plant? What is the, something like this should require, I think, a lot more analysis just of what does that mean? What is it going to look like? Are there more lights have to be on at night? Does it take a lot more water? I see no analysis of any of that. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll bring it back to the board. I don't have any other public comments. Director Behringer?
As you know, when we were in closed session, we did spend a lot of time on some of these issues. And, Pacific Gas and Electric doesn't have an office here. Charter doesn't have an office in Cambria. Southern California Gas doesn't have an office. So why do we have an office? Well, I think a lot of people think that we're a government organization. So I was swayed by the location itself. And having a more visible office, I think, is good for this community. I don't like, in the past 15 years since we've been renting, normally we had our own office at one time. And the amount of money that we've paid in rent over the past 15 years would have paid for this. Very few government organizations, if any, rent rather than buy. And And yes, there would be an expenditure, but there's an asset. And this asset is available to us at a low price because it does require a lot of repairs and maintenance, or repairs and build-out. But that investment will increase the value of the property. Instead of it being worth $409,000, it'll be worth closer to $1 million once completed. So it is taking ratepayers' money now, and in 15 years, there won't be any rent requirement, and the long-term own instead of rent is an argument that I think is compelling. And I think the opportunity for the community to be involved in looking at the renovations that are needing to take place, potential usage, is going to be available. We're not going to be able to start modifying this for some period of time. I would like public input onto, the layout, et cetera. And it's the first movement that needs to happen. There's rumors about the schoolhouse moving, and there's other things that this board can consider as far as being able to trade property. But the first step is required is to purchase this building, and I'm recommending highly that we, after negotiating for 4 months now, that we execute this agreement and purchase the property.
Director Farmer.
When the board has discussed this item in closed session, I do recall saying that in the ideal world, if we had the financial resources, I felt being more visible to the community at this location would be an excellent idea. However, number one, we don't have the money. And I think we're drastically underestimating the problems that are on the horizon financially and otherwise. Redesigning this facility, we have no idea how long it's going to take. I know at the last meeting, General Manager Gruber said that when we were discussing the fact that only $20,000 had been allocated in the budget for this coming year for paying rent at our present facility, and I asked why wasn't it the usual $40,000, our financial officer, Patrick, and General Manager Gruber said, well, we'll be moving into the new facility at the end of the year, which to me was like 5 months from now we're going to be there. So I feel like that kind of not very realistic observation of that situation is just part of what were the complications of this particular issue here. And I think the comments made by members of the community, Leslie Richard, Elizabeth Bettenhausen, and so forth, and especially Mary Webb, bringing up some of even the more important issues of all the staff that comes in and out and in and out. I mean, right now, we won't even have room for just staff parking that works at the office, much less people that are coming back and forth with regard to staff. There's barely enough parking. We have no idea the cost of this on the horizon. We have no idea how long it's going to take to move into the facility. And as far as I'm concerned, we're taking a very unrealistic approach to this. All we're looking at is the overall, well, in the long run, we'll be better off because we'll own the building. Right now, we don't have the money to purchase the building. We don't have the resources that will allow this to move forward. And I definitely encourage a no vote on this. Thank you.
May I just add
Director
one thing?
Behringer.
One thing that the general manager did state is that the engineer will be at the wastewater treatment plant, and a lot of the traffic and parking won't be duplicated at the new facilities than it was at the old facility. So when the water guy comes over to see Bob, he'll be doing it right at the wastewater treatment plant and the water treatment plant. So that excellent point that Mary Webb brought up is what it's going to look like. I'm comforted to think that a lot of that traffic is going to be sent over to the wastewater treatment plant. So I'm not as worried as some. And as far as parking goes, along the street at 9 o'clock in the morning when staff comes in, that there's never anybody parked there, so they'll be able to park over there. And we could come up, I would like to devote the parking that's in front of the building right now for visitors, for our citizens to come and so on and so forth, and encourage the parking across the street. That would be my suggestion.
Vice President Sanders?
I'm prepared to make a motion if that would be appropriate.
That's entirely appropriate.
I move that the board approve the real property purchase agreement with the County of San Luis Obispo for the old library building as described in the agreement.
I would second that.
Moved by Vice President Sanders, seconded by Director Behringer. Under discussion, Director Thompson.
Thank you. Discussion. I want to say to Mr. Shalhoub that I admire your creative vision. I really do. I think, I hope that what you're proposing can succeed. But I have to say that my late wife was one of the most prolific nonprofit fundraisers in Los Angeles for many years. And it's very different raising money for a program as opposed to raising money to buy a building. And I think I saw on social media that you were looking at having 600 people donate $1,000 for the building purchase. And I, like I said, my experience is that that's not going to happen. I don't think it could happen in Los Angeles. I certainly don't think it can happen here. I would recommend that you establish a program. There are storefronts available for a lease, and get the program off the ground, and then seek grants and other aid. But to buy a building before there's a program, it's tough. I have to say, with respect to this purchase, I think there's a number of issues that really stand out at me. One is the location of the facility and the access to the public to conduct its business. Someone pointed out that over the next 15 years, if we paid rent for the Thompson building, we're looking at about $750,000, which will go towards nothing. I mean, there's, at the end of the 15 years, the community would still not own a building. We just got done talking about how wonderful it was that the health district had equity and had a facility that they could call their own. And I think this is a great opportunity for this community to have something that they could recognize that has easy access, and which in 15 years will by and large pay for itself. So I would support the motion.
Oh, well, I can do math, but I need to express my concerns here. Let me start by saying our staff is a very small group of people doing a very large job, and I think that they can handle almost anything we throw at them. This particular opportunity came up after the board had already approved the goals, and we know we already have, I don't want to call it a money pit, but we do have a place that's out there on San Simeon Creek with a lot of investment still to go before we have the pond decommissioned, before we recommission that pond for potable water. There's a lot of expenses involved in just running it, including the additional staff person. I don't know how recently anybody's moved, but boy, I can't even imagine trying to move an office. Even if you get all of your records electronic, we've got to put a lot of wiring into that building so that it's up to the speed that the one we're currently in. It would be great if we could flip it in 6 months. I don't see that happening, that we would even be able to get it ready for us to be vacated out of the old office and into the old library. Regarding public access, we've asked for a delay on the ADA compliance. It was out of compliance with ADA when the county was using it as a library, and that's $140,000, and then we have an older community here. They're not as mobile. It would be great to have it right on Main Street, and that might seem more accessible, except that if you can't get your wheelchair or your walker up over the curb, and the steepness of that ramp is too steep, then that additional ease of access is essentially negated. We also heard from the Infrastructure Committee that there's over $1 million we're going to have to do, and even if we manage to work that $1 million for 1 year into a rate increase, we're still way behind. We owe $477,000 from last year to the general fund from the wastewater fund. This may be a good opportunity that may not come up again, but the amount of money that is going to be spent both in buying the building and in doing the renovations required so that we can use it for this purpose is definitely enough to build a brand new building on a piece of property we already own that could be LEED certified and could be customized to what we need. I know this is a negotiation we've been in for 4 months, and I do trust that our staff would take this on, this move. I do not think that it's realistic to expect that we won't be paying the loan payment and rent for at least 12 to 18 months. I just don't see it. We barely got the complicated advanced water treatment together in 6 months. I really don't think that, have we even entered into any discussions with Coastal Commission? Because I'm sure that we're going to have to get a regular CDP for the renovations. So you add that factor in, and we know we're not going to be able to get in there soon enough. I am genuinely concerned. We should have a center for this town. We should have a building that we can use, that people can come and use. Even the new music education organization can come use, because there's a community room that's not just in a bank, for heaven's sakes. We should have public spaces. This is a historic building, and it has historic problems. And we know that because we did have an inspection done. I can count. I would urge each board member to sincerely think about the kind of burden, the additional debt service that we would be under, that would make it harder to get additional loans if we need to for the wastewater plant and other infrastructure concerns. I have serious reservations. I do think getting a building, a place for the community is a great, great vision to have. I don't think we're prepared at this point to be doing it with this building.
President Rice, can I make a comment?
Please, folks.
Our constituents are taxpayers and they're ratepayers. We need the ratepayers to pay for infrastructure repairs to the wastewater treatment plant, for the water, so the facility that we have on San Simeon Creek Road, the emergency facility that was well thought out and is there, it's existent, and that was critical to get into the system. The ratepayers need to pay for the CIP that the wastewater treatment plant is. I am talking, or what the taxpayers need to pay for is not paying rent. The taxpayers should have an asset. We as a district should have an asset that comes from the taxpayers. So the arguments about the wastewater treatment plant or maintenance of the water facility should be on the ratepayers' back, and the taxpayer should have an asset. And I think this is an asset that comes to us at a timely moment, and I continue to support the purchase.
If I may just answer to that, we have no idea if we actually put in the CIP and maintenance programs that we know both water and wastewater need, We have no idea what that means in terms of rates. We do know that this board does not want to fund water and wastewater from the general fund, but we are we do currently, you're absolutely right. I really am concerned that if we look at the full range of what is needed for this district in lots of ways, whether it's personnel increases on contracts that we've already got in place, whether it's maintenance on a system that's falling apart and they're working on fixing, there's a lot of, whether it's maintenance on the new park we just broke ground on, there are a lot of expenses involved in running a district this size. And I think that if we leverage ourselves with an additional loan, it's going to cause, we can't just do pay-as-you-go on all the CIPs. So part of that is going to have to be loans, which even if we get from the state, we're not going to be as in good a position to do if we've got this additional debt. I don't know how long it's been since you've gone to Costco and you didn't have enough money to buy that thing they have there. They didn't have anything smaller. If I've only got $20, I can't buy the $40 worth of toilet paper. I got to go somewhere else to get a smaller package because I can't afford it. We cannot afford this. This may be a good opportunity, but we cannot take every opportunity because we feel like it. I would love to have a Tesla. I cannot afford it. I cannot afford the debt burden that would bring. I cannot afford to pay for it with cash. It would cause all kinds of problems for us in terms of what financing is available to us for the other things that we need to do, including, this is only phase 1 of the park. We've got a lot of responsibilities, and we have negotiated in good faith with the county because we were still unaware of some of the things relating to closure of the evaporation pond and the costs related to that. We have no idea how it will go with the Coastal Commission in terms of permitting. There's a $15,000 waiver of permit fees, but that's only on the ADA, which we're not doing right away. That's one of the biggest issues to me. My mother-in-law is not mobile. She has to be in a chair. She would not be able to go to this office because it is not compliant in a way that makes it accessible for her. I don't think it's appropriate at this time to be investing in a building that we have no idea really what kind of things we're going to unearth when we get into it. I mean, when you buy a property as is, which is what this contract says, as is, that means whatever's there that's wrong with it, we're going to have to fix. If it does have black mold, we're going to have to fix that. We're going to have to remediate because we definitely don't want our staff in a building that's unsafe or unhealthy. Especially right now with all of the various responsibilities of the district. I just think this is bad timing. Director
I wasn't necessarily going to make this comment, but you're talking about mold. I was just listening to a program yesterday about mold being the leading cause of chronic fatigue syndrome, but that's not what I wanted to say. I'd like to say Jim, but I'll have to say Director Berenger. In your comments just a moment ago before President Rice so eloquently stated how I feel and how many people feel about this purchase, you made this statement. I wrote your words down. The emergency facility, I assume you're referring to that facility on the hill, was well thought out. I would have to say that probably isn't true. It's probably can be proved that it isn't true, that this facility was not well thought out, just with the problems that are being presented at this point in time. And like I said, Jim, if the same logic that you're applying to this facility being well thought out also applies to your feelings about the purchase of this old library as being well thought out, I think you're kind of missing the mark. And I love you, Jim, but I just don't think you're right, babe.
Director Berenger?
No. Thanks, Harry. Thanks for your comment.
Madam President, I'm surprised at some of the hyperbole that's being thrown around here. Black toxic mold, et cetera. We had a licensed architect thoroughly look at the building. We had a building inspector who thoroughly analyzed the building. I think we know to a fairly well what problems exist. I don't remember black toxic mold coming up. I mean, for goodness sake, we're purchasing a building, and I think if we just kind of stick to the facts, we'd be much better served. Madam President, I heard you say that we could build a building, a brand new building, for what we're going to spend on the library. I just don't see that. I mean, taking out the ADA expense, we'll be into this for about $350 a square foot, and that includes the land. I just don't think you can build a building that would meet the requirements of the district for $350 a square foot.
I think you can't take out the ADA compliance.
Well, if you include the ADA compliance, you're up around $400 a square foot. You still can't build a building for that amount. And so just relying on my own experience, when an opportunity like this presents itself, you really need to go for it. Because in the long run, this will benefit the taxpayers and the ratepayers of this district. And I think we need to look at the long term, and I sincerely believe that this is an affordable thing for us to do. Yeah, let's have a vote. Yeah.
Vice President Sanders?
Aye.
Director Berenger?
Aye.
Director Farmer?
No.
Director Thompson?
Aye.
President Rice?
No. Thank you. Let's move on to item C.
Thank you, Madam President, board members. Item 8C is discussion and consideration of adoption of resolution 34-
Can we have, please,
Oh,
have
I'm
quiet so we can hear?
I'm sorry, 34-2017, certifying the revised final subsequent environmental impact report for the Cambria Community Services Sustainable Report for the Cambria Sustainable Water Facility. We do have representation here from Michael Baker International. Their team is here. I didn't know if District Council wanted to add anything to the, but with that, if it's okay with the board, I'll turn it over to is it going to be Glenn who's giving the presentation, or Rita? Yeah, to Rita Garcia, who we've worked closely with. So with that, thank you very much.
We're just going to get the AV up there. Oh, look, yay. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam President. Good afternoon, Madam President, members of the board, and public. My name is Rita Garcia with Michael Baker International,
And this afternoon with me, my role with the project was I served as project manager for the Environmental Impact Report, or EIR. With me today are Glenn LaJoy, who served as project director, and Tom McGill, who served as project biologist. So this afternoon, we'll be giving you a brief overview of the final EIR, of the events that occurred since the June 14th meeting, and of the project's Adaptive Management Program, or AMP. So just as a reminder, the final EIR includes basic components. It included a list of all of the public agencies and persons and organizations who commented on the draft EIR. It included all of those comments. It included the district's proposed responses to significant environmental points raised on the draft EIR, an errata which summarized the changes to the draft EIR text, and a mitigation monitoring and reporting program, or MMRP, which is a tool that's used to ensure that the project mitigation measures are implemented. A total of 284 comments or comment letters were received on the draft EIR. The vast majority of these 229 were received during the project's, the draft EIR's public review period. That included 8 from public agencies, 216 from persons and organizations, and then 5 during the open public session. On May 31st, the final EIR was completed and released to the public. Concurrent with that release, we submitted our proposed responses to each of the public agencies who commented on the draft EIR. So on June 14th, we met here, and during that meeting, it was determined that additional time would be granted to the public as well as to the public agencies to review the draft EIR and the project's Adaptive Management Program, or AMP. Since the June 14th board meeting, we received an additional 55 comments and/or comment letters. 4 of those were from public agencies, 24 were from persons and organizations, and 27 comments were received during that board meeting. On July 13th, we completed the revised final EIR, which included all of the previous comments and responses when the final EIR was released initially. In addition to the 55 additional comments, responses were prepared for each of the 55 new comments. And concurrent with the revised final EIR review, we submitted again our proposed responses to each of the public agencies who commented on the draft EIR. So based on the final EIR, it was concluded that recirculation of the draft EIR would not be triggered. And the basis for that conclusion is that the responses and the edits to the draft EIR merely amplified or clarified the data that was already contained in the document. And additionally, the responses and the edits to the draft EIR did not meet, this, according to CEQA guidelines, did not constitute significant new information. Just to clarify a little bit more, the responses and the edits to the draft EIR did not involve changes in the project or environmental setting. They did not provide significant new information. Oh, forgot. Sorry about that. Thank you. My bad. And we're here. So the responses and the edits to the draft EIR did not involve changes in the project or environmental setting, did not provide significant new information, did not result in new or substantial increase in the environmental impacts, did not result in new or substantially different mitigation measures, and finally did not affect the overall draft EIR's conclusions. So with that, Tom McGill will be presenting the project's Adaptive Management Program.
Welcome.
See if I can handle this technology here. Madam Chairman and Board, I'm a biologist on the project. I'm Tom McGill, and just want to talk a little bit about the adaptive management program was about. It's a standard methodology when you have a project where there's a potential impact to sensitive species, and it's a means of monitoring the environment, making sure that those changes aren't going to occur, and if they do, you have a program in place to fix it.
Could you speak closer into the mic,
sorry.
like pull it up a little bit?
Sure.
Thank you.
And in regards to this particular program, most of the concern was around, through the project in the sustained water factory, are we going to have decreased groundwater? Are we going to have decreased surface flows, particularly in the two creeks, Van Gordon and San Simeon, and the lagoon? And as a result of those decreased groundwater surface flows, is that going to affect the riparian habitat, the in-stream and the riparian habitat? And we do have 3 federally listed species there, which I'll talk about in a second. One of the questions that's come up and we're responding to is the fact that we did not have an existing database. We do have an existing base. It's very extensive. The database has been going on for at least a decade, maybe a couple decades, through gathering biological data, and then the district gathers routinely the groundwater, surface water levels. So that data has been available. Michael Baker Associates, been involved in gathering data on the species and the habitat for the last 3 years. So that data is there. I think, as represented by these 2 slides, but I think it's important to know that we've had a separate database being gathered on groundwater, surface water. We had database gathering on endangered species. We really need to get that correlated so that we can run the groundwater, routinely run the groundwater, surface water, and know almost immediately, even without doing surveys or doing verification surveys, the impacts on the species itself. During the use of all these databases were folded into the groundwater modeling, and based on that modeling, it found no adverse changes to groundwater, surface water levels. The potential for impacts to the species was less than significant. And we'll talk about it, we developed a mitigation measure to ensure that less significance, which is the adaptive management program. We think with the implementation of that, to look at surface water, groundwaters, to do the biological monitoring, the in-stream habitat, the species, doing a monthly gathering of all the data, correlating the groundwater, surface water, biological data, doing a detailed analysis, and then coming up with a reporting mechanism will allow us to stay on top of that. So really, out of the abundance of caution, even though we have CEQA and the modeling saying there's no impacts, we're going to implement this program, and the program will, this is just a reiteration of the process. Using existing standard baseline, we're going to grow that baseline by our routine. Our modeling is going to become maybe a little more intensive than it has been, but we're going to be doing that, adding to that database, looking for changes, and when we see a change, understand that change. Is it natural variation or is it outside natural variation? If it's outside natural variation, we need to understand that and have some changes, or actually change in operations, change in procedures to correct it. So with the, this again is a reiteration, again, existing database, probably the new term coming in here is we will be looking at thresholds. Thresholds is going to say if we see something happening that we feel is outside normal variation, what is that? And we've been looking at, through the existing database for the last 20 years, we've got a lot of data on natural variation in terms of groundwater levels, surface water levels. We're going to be looking for things outside of that natural variation. And if we see things outside that natural variation, maybe we can assume that's coming from the sustained water factory. If it does, then we've got to take a hard look at that and see what we need to do to correct that problem. Again, that's all going to be done in a monthly process. The impact analysis, the data will be used to do the impact analysis, and we'll be doing some routine reporting on that. And with the real proper implementation of the adaptive management program, we will have, from what we're seeing from the modeling, from what we're going to see biologically, I think, have a better managed system out there. We're going to have a system of corrective corrective measures that, once, if implemented or triggered by our data, we'll be able to correct the situation, keep the project going forward, keep and from my perspective, more importantly, result in no impacts to the federally listed species and no violation of the Endangered Species Act. And that's it.
Question, Madam President.
Please, Vice President Sanders.
Mr. McGill, just for the record, can you give us just a thumbnail sketch of your resume?
Yes.
Where you went to school?
I
How
have
long you been a biologist?
bachelor's from Harvard. I have a master's and PhD in population biology from UC Santa Barbara. I'm also a registered attorney, and I've been practicing biology now for 38 years.
Thank you. Second question. I assume that you've reviewed the comment letter from and the comment email from the Coastal Commission?
I have, and
okay.
In response to that, I think part of the problem was the writing of adaptive management program, which I probably take responsibility for, suggesting we were going to be establishing an environmental baseline. The environmental baseline has been established. There's a robust database. What it needs to be is more correlated to the in-stream habitat and the riparian habitats. And we've got both databases separate, but they haven't been really brought together. And it's going to be the job of the adaptive management process and the biologists running that to be working with the hydrogeological engineers and so forth to make sure that's done properly so that we have a finely tuned system that we can monitor the habitat through just monitoring the groundwater, surface water, and be able to apply that to the species and verify that through annual or whatever periodic we need surveys for those species.
Great, thank you.
Are there other questions from directors? Okay. Yes, Mr. Gruber.
And Madam President, I just wanted to remind the board that we do have Ted Ziegler here also, and I don't know when you'd want to hear from him regarding the BRP.
Thank you, Dr. McGill. We do have a representative of the Build-Out Reduction Program Citizens Committee, which we created about 1.5 years ago to bring us some options for funding of a BRP. And he's going to speak to the progress, and this is a mitigation of our project to prevent growth. Explosive growth. You don't want to have that explosive growth.
Madam President and directors, first of all, thank you for the opportunity to
How much time do you
attend
need,
this
sir?
meeting.
How much time do you need? I'll put it on a timer.
I think I can read my comments in probably 7 or 8 minutes.
You can have 7 in questions. How's that?
Well, I need to get to the end. I am Ted Ziegler. I'm the chairman of the Build-Out Reduction Program Citizens Committee, and I've been asked to address 4 topics related to our progress. First, funding options. Second, how many lots have been retired. Third, how many lots are available to be retired. And fourth, verify the plan for funding and retiring lots is feasible. Before getting into the details, please keep in mind that the committee is in the process of writing a report and formulating final recommendations. So my remarks represent my opinion about where we're headed rather than a definitive answer to your questions. The committee realized early on that the term lot could have many meanings. We've chosen, therefore, to deal with assessor's parcel numbers or APNs or parcels. And these are legal units that we can actually track. When we did our analysis last summer and fall, we found there are 2,235 undeveloped residential parcels in Cambria. Of those, 1,377 are targets for the BRP. They comprise about 164 acres and carry assessed values of just under $30 million. Of the remainder, approximately 175 appear to be retired, and I use the word appear because we have not investigated whether there are deed restrictions or easements on these parcels. In fact, we're certain some are not so encumbered. but they're held by agencies such as Green Space, the CCSD, and the county, so we believe they will not be developed. The rest are accounted for by the wait list, set aside for, water allocations set aside for affordable housing, grandfathered meters, et cetera. And I'll note that in addition to these parcels, there's roughly 440 acres of the Fiscalini Ranch that also cannot be developed. The committee's discussions about methods to remove parcels from potential development have branched into two general areas. The first and focused of most of our energy are three core income streams. The other is what we term voluntary, although participation by property owners is going to be voluntary in all cases through this program because the CCSD has no land use or condemnation authority. The so-called voluntary methods include transfer of development credits, sale or gift to organizations such as Green Space or other conservation organizations, retaining the property but selling a conservation or other appropriate easement, and sale to neighbors who want to expand their own properties. And I should say also transfer of water meters from one property to another is also a method of removing something from the rolls. All of these methods are available to property owners today, and in fact, parcels that have already been retired are generally the result of these methods. And we encourage the CCSD to market these voluntary methods aggressively as part of any future BRP process. The three core income streams are intended to derive funds from the beneficiaries of the build-out reduction program. The three groups we've identified are local residents and businesses, wait list position holders, and tourists. We believe the water wait list holders will benefit by participating in an important growth mitigation measure included in the supplemental EIR, thus easing the community's water emergency and unlocking the wait list. Local residents will not only benefit from an expanded water supply, but will also benefit from resulting open space. The open space is going to protect forest habitat, retain the rural charm of our community, and enhance property values in general. The tourist group, finally, benefits from maintaining the look and feel of Cambria that will never be overdeveloped if this program is successful. So our committee's proposals include a modest parcel tax on all developed residential and commercial parcels within the Cambria urban boundary, a Melrose Community Facilities District to be formed by the owners of parcels on the water wait list, and a modest increase to the Tourism Business Improvement District fee, or TBID. The proposed parcel tax would be about $100 per year per parcel, and that would bring in $400,000 a year, or $10 million over 25 years. The parcel tax would require an affirmative vote by 2/3 of Cambria's voters. The proposed Melrose CFD would also require a 2/3 vote, but this time by property owners on the water wait list. The proposal would be to derive approximately $10 million by this means. A property owner would be required to contribute, my estimate, about $22,500 over the 25 years to support a bond that the CFD would issue. But that amount is dependent on factors such as bond coupon, how much the bond proceeds are invested, and rate of return on any such investment. The TBID fee would be accomplished by a change in the county ordinance governing current fees or passing a new ordinance. Either of these actions would require approval by the County Board of Supervisors. The committee recommends raising the fee by 0.5% to bring in approximately $200,000 a year, or $5 million over the 25 years. All of these methods are feasible, but will require substantial effort to obtain approval. The committee examined a number of other methods to raise revenue, including those proposed in the original BRP report, but found that there are significant obstacles to implementation, or in some cases that they can't be implemented at all. In some cases, the proposals are contrary to state statutes and propositions, and in other cases, the implementation can only be exercised by an agency with land use authority, and that's one of the authorities that's reserved for incorporated entities. To finish addressing feasibility, it must be noted that there is no way to determine with certainty that $1 million per year plus voluntary methods will be sufficient to purchase and maintain all of the undeveloped parcels in town. It's also impossible to predict whether property owners will choose to sell. However, we believe a program such as I've outlined will substantially reduce the stock of undeveloped parcels over time, and as with most plans, the CCSD should periodically evaluate progress and adjust the program to optimize results. So that's the end of my pitch. Any questions?
Thank you for that good overview. Vice President Sanders?
Yes, first of all, Mr. Siegler, thank you very much for taking on what I think turned out to be a much greater task than what was originally envisioned. As a director, I very much appreciate your effort and the effort of all of those on the committee. And it sounds like you're on the cusp of producing a very good report. The second thing, being hard-headed as I am, I have not given up on the idea that some assessment can be levied against those on the water wait list if the moratorium is ever lifted, as they are issued intent to serve letters. I've had some discussions with our general counsel. I don't think he's entirely on board, but he's willing, I think, to recommend that when we have Bartles and Wells do a rate study, that they can also look into the feasibility of levying the kind of fee that I had in mind. It doesn't need to be in your report, but it's something that maybe the board can consider at some future date.
Yeah, I will say that we have tried not to abuse, but we have used some legal resources in our reviews, and generally the choices have been narrowed down through that process. We're not, we have very little pride of authorship when it comes to whether there are other ideas, though, and so you know, we'd welcome seeing new possibilities.
Thank you. Does anyone else have questions for Mr. Siegler?
Just that, Mr. Siegler, I really appreciate your leadership. You have a good group, but you keep them on track. I've attended several meetings, and the way you conduct them is excellent, and I think your work product is going to prove a lot. The quality will reflect a lot on the quality of the leadership you present. Appreciate it.
All right. Before we, Director Farmer?
You were going to say before?
Before we go to public comment, did you have a question?
I'll just make a brief comment on Mr. Siegler's presentation, and then something else. About, he talked about you know, the build. I believe, if I wrote this down correctly, that essentially he said that the build-out reduction program will essentially enhance the open space appearance of Cambria. I believe those were his words, or pretty close to it. I just want to comment that since this is essentially a discussion of the environmental impact report of a water facility that we have up on the hill here, and the main intention of the water facility, if I'm not mistaken, is ultimately to create growth in this community, as has been stated prior, up to 750 houses being built over the next 20 plus years. I'm not so sure that's necessarily going to enhance the open space appearance of our community. I'd also, if I could, and perhaps I should wait until public comment, but if I could rewind, and I think sometimes all of us will act in haste or we won't move fast enough. So I think I didn't move quickly after Mr. McGill's, rather, well, let's put it this way, his fine presentation from the perspective of Michael Baker International. So I just wanted to read Mr. Luster's comments from the Coastal Commission that were briefly referenced by Vice President Sanders. And Mr. Luster says, in his response to the Adaptive Management Plan, the proposed AMP, Adaptive Management Plan, is missing several key components that are necessary to determine the type and extent of potential project-related adverse effects on nearby coastal resources. The primary missing components are proposed baseline conditions and proposed thresholds. I don't necessarily know what that means, but you do, Mr. McGill, as does Mr. Luster. Additionally, its proposed implementation measures do not appear adequate to identify or correct potential project-related impacts. We recommend that these key deficiencies be corrected prior to document approval. He goes on to say much more, but this meeting is going on for a long time here, but I just want to mention that one paragraph from Mr. Luster. I don't necessarily have a way of giving his, how could we say it, all of his accomplishments during the course of his representation of the Coastal Commission, but he has serious concerns about this document. Thank you.
Vice President Sanders.
Madam President, two things. First of all, I think it's just a gross misstatement of fact that the Sustainable Water Facility's purpose is to induce growth in this community. That is not its purpose. It's just the perpetuation of a myth that has been floating around this community, and it's an absolutely untrue statement. Secondly, I respect Tom Luster very much. He's been at the Coastal Commission a long time. I've had occasion to interface with him from time to time. He's a very well-respected professional, but in this case, I think that he is not aware of all of the facts. He will become aware of all of the facts when this project is before the Coastal Commission. And we will have an opportunity to sit down with him and explain in great detail how the SWF works, how we inject far more water into the stream than what we take out, and I think we'll be able to allay his fears.
Thank you. Director Farmer?
Yes, if I remember correctly, Director Sanders, during the time that you were running for office, you sent out a letter to members of the community, and you've even made this comment, I think, in the past months at this board. But you said there were 3 reasons why we should be grateful that we have this facility. The first one was that we now had, no matter what the conditions were, we would always have an adequate supply of water. The second one, we had this facility available to fight fire. And the third one is that as a result of having this facility, we would now be able to build 750 houses over the next over 20 years, which is 10 houses a day for the next 20 years. So when you say that that's not the reason this facility was not built for growth, and then you state the 3 reasons, and your third reason was we now have the ability to build over 750 houses over the next 20 years, I would say, well, there's exactly the reason that it is for growth.
I'm sorry, Director Farmer, but you have completely mischaracterized my statements. The fact of the matter is that in years of normal rainfall, we produce a sufficient amount of water to accommodate the water wait list. Whether or not we lift the moratorium is of no consequence in terms of the need for the SWF. We have to have it because we need a supplemental water supply in order to sustain us through periods of prolonged drought. This community has gone through several episodes of long droughts over the last couple of decades, and we just cannot survive as a community without a supplemental source of water. Any supplemental source of water is going to have some growth-inducing impacts. That's why we have the growth-inducing impacts section of the environmental impact report. We are required by law, the California Environmental Quality Act, to assess the growth-inducing impacts. So whether it's a water reservoir, whether it's a desalination facility, whether it's the SWF, it doesn't matter. Any and all of them will have growth-inducing impacts. So we have the SWF. It will sustain us through drought. The purpose and the evidence supporting the moratorium is just about dissipated. We are on, I have to tell you, we are on pretty thin ice here in terms of having a moratorium going into the future. I don't think we can lift the moratorium until we have a permanent coastal development permit for the facility, but the day of reckoning is coming, and it's coming fairly fast. Within about 18 months, we should have a permanent coastal development permit. And even if there are restrictions placed on the SWF such that we can only run it during a stage 3, we will still probably be in a legal position where we are going to have to lift the moratorium. That's just a fact of life.
Director Thompson, and we still have public comment, so.
Yeah, and I, all those other arguments are great, and but I come right back to the basic human thing that we have 650 people who have spent the last 20 years waiting to have an opportunity to be part of this community. They've paid property taxes on their property. They've cleared their lots so their neighbors' houses don't burn down. They've been waiting and waiting and waiting, and these are good people. Everybody likes to have the G word, growth. Hey, these are human beings. These are human beings that have owned property in this community for a long time. They come up here, they spend the weekend in the hotels here, they eat in the restaurants, they support the economy. And all they want to do is be part of this community. What's so bad about that? Why do we have this bogeyman out there in terms of growth, and we don't want to let anybody in? Why don't we build a wall? How's about that?
I would just like to frame this discussion a little bit because this is not a small project. And the impacts are potentially significant, but we have mitigations, including the build-out reduction program. This is only one step toward getting the permanent CDP. What we're doing today is not debating whether or not the project has impacts, whether or not the project should or should not get a permanent CDP. What we have to do today is to certify whether or not this subsequent EIR is adequate and meets the requirements of CEQA. We will be going forward from here, and the place where we will know more about what kinds of conditions and whether or not we will even be able to get a permanent CDP, a regular CDP, is all part of the process after today. If we certify this document, and I agree, I have some of the same reservations that Director Farmer had stated. We have experts, the ones that we've hired. We have experts that for their entire life, Tom Lester, his entire professional life, working on looking at whether or not we are going to have impacts that are irrevocable or impacts that are unacceptable based on whatever policies are involved. We had experts from lots of different responsible agencies that are responsible for our permitting weigh in. Which expert do you believe? I think what we have to do today is we have to rely on our brains to decide whether or not this EIR is adequate and meets the requirements of CEQA. The agencies that are responsible for permitting, county, coastal commission, regional board, everybody that's involved, they will put additional conditions if they do not think our mitigations are going to actually do the job of mitigating. So today, although there is, I mean, I've been reading, I'm such a government geek, I've been reading these documents from the Coastal Commission for over a decade. I find them so useful and informative. They have a lot of experts. When they don't have an expert, they go hire one, as with the Pine Knolls Tanks project. And I find out a lot about this community from their reports relating to permits that have to do with this town and permits that have to do with other towns. So I know they're experts and they take their job seriously, and I want to rely on them too. I want to rely on the consultant we hired to put this thing together. So I understand your reservation with that because I have great respect too for the people who are the staff people who commented from the agencies. I hear that. I also know that if they don't think that it's adequate, they can still put conditions on this project as part of the permitting that go beyond what mitigations are outlined in this EIR, which is kind of where I wanted to frame it for today, to let people know this is not the permit. This is about whether or not we have enough information in front of us and it meets the requirements of CEQA, so we certify that we determine that it is adequate, the data in it is adequate, and that it meets the requirements of CEQA, which we have been, our district council has reviewed the entire document, and I'm not an attorney, that's not my job. My job is to rely on the people that we have available to us. So this is not the permit. This is about the document, providing us enough information and meeting the requirements of CEQA. Director Barringer?
I'd be interested in the public comment.
That's where we're headed right now. You better be interested in the public comment. I think that's part of our job. Okay. All of that being said, and I will jot down questions if people have questions so that we can hopefully get some answers if that's possible. First up is Mike Lyons, followed by Clive Metrick.
Mike Lyons, Cambria. My fellow Cambrians, I've been standing at this podium for years, mostly expressing on this particular subject my sincere gratitude and respect for the people on this board, previous boards, and the staff for a job that you have done very well and with great care and concern. I do not alter one word of what I said in my comments at this podium. Indeed, I reiterate them here today. Despite the insinuations and accusations of some people, every word I have uttered here, in print, or in social media has been my own, and not a single word has been suggested by someone else that I might be their mouthpiece. I have felt the need from time to come here to this podium, partially to counter those who have brought criticism of your motives or actions. In fact, I concede here and now that all of you are better persons than I am, as I might have walked out with some of the very personal and inappropriate criticisms that you have received. Gentlemanly restraint prevents me from completing the old saying, quote, take this job, fill in the blank. Today, we have come to a crossroads. Thank you, President Rice, for focusing the question on a fairly narrow issue. But a no answer here is a very big roadblock to our system. So the question is extremely important. And that doesn't mean that everyone here will allow the focus on the one question. Hindsight is perfect. All parties make mistakes. I suspect all of us have made mistakes. But I sincerely believe in the good faith you've shown. Do not let the imperfect be the enemy of our enjoyment of living here and perhaps our very ability to live here in the future, if you vote no today. Do we want to throw away the sustainable water facility? No, I don't think so. Do we want to grant control to any outside governmental agency or any other body that would not benefit from it, which could be the result of a no vote today? We saw how the big leak story that was described to us earlier today showed a real good example of how people who are concerned citizens, government, and experts can all come together and solve a problem in a very mature way. And I presume and hope that we can do the same thing with this issue. So please forward the certification of the SEIR to the next step with your yes vote, and hope we can all come to a better solution for Cambria. Thank you.
Thank you. Clive Metrick, followed by Mark Rochefort.
Thank you. My name's Clive Metrick. I live in Cambria. This EIR process, as I see it, is an extremely important one. I, just like most Cambrians, am very concerned about the environment. I'm aghast at what's going on in Washington with the current administration and their environmental policies. My wife and I are very careful with our water usage, our energy consumption. I don't allow pesticide on my property. I even tolerate gophers, despite their destructive tendencies, although my youngest cat makes my tolerance a moot point. Michael Baker Associates has a reputation for writing these EIRs. They have a great reputation. They've done a good job on this one. They've covered all the bases. If you try to make everyone happy, nothing ever will get done. Someone always is going to raise an objection. We need to be able to use this sustainable water facility. With this climate change, there's a chance that we could have even more severe droughts in the future than the one we just got through. And I'd like to have this facility available at a moment's notice whenever such an occurrence occurs. So I recommend you certify this EIR today without delay. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Rochefort, followed by Elizabeth Bettenhausen.
Thank you, Madam President and directors of the board of directors, the other board directors. I'm happy that I am now off of my aberrant discussion this morning and back to.
Could you pull the mic up just a little?
And back to speaking wholeheartedly in favor of the measure before this board. President Rice, I was so delighted to hear you very clearly encapsulate what is the motion before you, what is the proposed resolution. And so I'm not going to speak about a couple of items that I had in my notes, only to reiterate that this subsequent EIR comes after an extensive, a comprehensive investigation and written report by a world-renowned environmental expert. And environmental experts, I did a little work in this area when I practiced law, they have differences of opinion and then they resolve those and you go forward. This procedure today is to move forward. As you say, Madam President, it is necessary. It will send our project on to the next levels of the permitting application process for further review and refinement. I urge you strongly to adopt and certify the SEIR as final. And I want to make a couple of personal remarks if I can. You know, you can't turn on the television today. You can't watch CNN or Fox or MSNBC or any of the other media outlets. You can't read the newspapers without reaching the conclusion that almost every decision that is made by our politicians, by our public servants, is made for personal political gain, except in one forum, and that's here. And I want to thank the majority on this board and the boards before it that have dealt with this difficult issue, that have stood up for what they believe is right in the short and long term for this community. We are lucky to have you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Elizabeth Bettenhausen, followed by Mary Webb. I'm so glad you brought those. I was going to bring mine.
Yeah, it's heavy, but I think I can carry it. Let me show.
Welcome.
Because there are lots of people who aren't here who don't see it. This is what your resolution is today, this thick. It's 100 and some pages, I think, although I want to double check my numbers. You had to read all of this, friends, to do what it says in here you're going to do today. But in order for you to make the judgment that you have to make today, you also had to read this, all of this, and all of this since the 17th of this month, because these are all revised. These are not what you read before, or maybe some parts are and some parts aren't, because the errata that you also should have read for today don't address all the revisions. So I certainly agree with the gentlemen who have spoken before about how much you've devoted to this, and I want to express my thanks. I do have, of course, a couple of questions. Number one, and I won't even go to the growth thing because that is so fascinating, but we don't have time for that. Or BMP, we don't have that done either, so forget that. But we don't have any clarity yet on what the CDO, the cease and desist order, will do to this action today. I would like clarity on that, please, before I listen to you. I would also like clarity on what exactly you're going to do with the waste. And I asked this last time I was here. It's not clear in your documents how you answer that. But you're going to agree to it today. But what are you going to agree to? You can agree to 4 trips or 8 trips, or you can agree to 6 trips, because depending on where you look in here, it varies. Its claim. It doesn't all agree with itself internally, friends. And finally, I want to say I'm very grateful to Michael Baker people today for showing us that the issue is the correlation of 2 databases. Of course there was data in 2014. It was a marvelous mathematical modeling of all sorts of documents that had not been checked according to the creek. And then now you have some more data of this whole other set that's called realism-based data. And the issue, as we just heard, thank goodness, is how in the world do you get these things correlated? I won't remind you too much because I've sent it to you in the mail, but in 2014 I asked the question, if you have the chitin backbones from those little creatures at the beach and you go to 2nd grade and you ask the kids, this is how many I have today, how many were left at the beach? And the little 2nd graders immediately, hey Elizabeth, we can't tell you that because we don't know how many were there in the first place. And you cannot measure the height of the lagoon. You cannot measure the quality of the western pond turtles and their habitat. You cannot measure the effect of this, I'll call it SW whatever, if you don't know the original situation of the little creatures, or the lagoon, or the creek. Thank you, my God, I don't have to worry about losing my hearing in my old age. I could go on, but friends, I'm so glad I'm not sitting there. You know why? Because I could not listen to my conscience and take a vote here, because I haven't read it all. And I'm sure if you take a vote that you have.
Thank you. Mary Webb, followed by Connie Gannon, which is my last request to speak. If you want to get in a slip, please do so.
Mary Webb, just speaking as a resident. I did.
Welcome.
I did turn in the 207 ratepayers who signed petitions, but I didn't bring, reams of paper to show you how many there are. A lot of them commented, so I want to make sure that those are entered into the record. The petitioners oppose certification of the EIR for the growth-inducing water project. We request that the Cambria CSD mitigate the full impacts of operating this project in a valid emergency situation for existing customers only, which has never been done. If the Cambria District adds new water connections to our overstressed aquifers and the project actually had to provide water in the dry season, it would most likely dewater and pollute San Simeon Creek and place severe stress on Santa Rosa Creek. This is not about these individuals and whether we like them or not, Mr. Thompson. In March of 2016, the CSD changed the purpose and intent of this emergency project, renamed it the Sustainable Water Project, to support new water meter connections in Cambria without voter approval. The CSD submitted an application for this growth-inducing project in 2017, which describes new water treatment construction options and brine disposal methods without analyzing the costs and impacts of these modifications. The project has not been subjected to the level of review required for a long-term public works project for growth. Ratepayers did not vote for this public works project for growth. The district failed to analyze less expensive alternatives to this project. Number one was conservation. We solved our problem right away with 40% conservation. That was really cheap. In fact, it was free. District failed to provide water by July of 2014. The district failed to design, construct an affordable temporary project to abate the emergency, failed to complete construction of the project, it's still being constructed, failed to analyze disposal of brine waste, failed to complete the application for the CDP for the emergency project, failed to complete an environmental impact report for 3 years, failed to respond to 3 years of comments submitted by regulatory agencies and citizens. We still have letters that have never been answered, and I guess we'll get those as the hearings go forward. Failed to comply with water board discharge regulations and monitoring requirements, failed to comply with county ordinances, failed to adequately respond to neighbor complaints regarding noise and brine overspray, failed to offset the $9 million loan by applying the $4 million grant as promised, failed to provide competent operators to run the emergency project. The project has already committed us to years of ratepayer debt while our infrastructure fails. Total cost of the emergency project and the sustainable project is unknown because the district continues to make decisions behind closed doors to revise and correct the current emergency water project and to amend contracts to expand their scope. We, the ratepayers of Cambria and others, oppose this deception and abuse of power. No new project for growth should be approved until long overdue habitat protection programs are fully funded and implemented by qualified and independent agents, including the in-stream flow studies, water quality monitoring, the build-out reduction program, which I understand now is going to cost maybe over $40 million. We still need Cambria forest management, habitat conservation plans, and that we are still accepting signatures on this petition as the hearings go forward. I'm also in the phone book if someone wants to sign if they're not on computer. My email address is maryewebb@charter.net. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Connie Gannon, followed by Leslie Richards. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Board. Connie Gannon, speaking as a resident of Cambria. First, I would like to point out that the so-called baseline reports shown to us by Dr. McGill in his talk were all conducted after well drilling and subsequent construction activities began, so it's a little hard to see how they can be pre-project baseline studies. I would like to read 4 paragraphs from the letter sent to the CCSD board by Tom Luster from the California Coastal Commission. To accurately identify effects resulting from a project, baseline conditions should be based on pre-project conditions. The AMP, however, proposes baseline conditions based in part on data collected as the project was operating. We recommend the proposed AMP be revised to use data that describes pre-project conditions and/or data collected during non-operation. The document states that the baseline conditions will also use historical data, including groundwater data the district has collected since 1988. We are aware of a number of other relevant data collection efforts done since that time, including stream flow, riparian habitat, species surveys, and water quality, that we have referenced in previous correspondence to you, meaning the CCSD. We recommend the proposed AMP be revised to identify and collate these other data sources and use them to establish the proposed baseline conditions. The watershed's complexity and variability argues against the AMP's proposal to develop baseline conditions using data from the first year of monitoring following a year of average or greater precipitation, unquote. 1 year of data collection from a highly variable environment is not likely to adequately identify baselines of most of the environmental components of concern, particularly interaction, this is a quote from your report, interaction between groundwater and surface water, and how this interaction has maintained the in-stream habitat, as well as the surrounding riparian habitat, unquote. The document also does not describe why these data would be collected only following a year of average or above average precipitation. Using that criterion would likely result in a proposed baseline condition that does not identify changes to environmental indicators that would occur under the more stressful and critical drier periods that the watershed experiences, and for which, I might add, the plan is designed to mitigate or to serve. I would invite CCSD staff and board, this is from me, not Tom, I would invite CCSD staff and board to consult the extensive data collections in the Green Space Office archives, which include studies by Dr. Galen Rathbun and others, for the baseline information that Mr. Lester requests. Thank you.
Thank you. Leslie Richards, and that's my final request to speak. Since we've got some airflow, can we turn the fans off? I'm starting to get a little dizzy. Is it possible? If people get hot, just please point of order and we'll get them back on, please. I don't want to puke right now, so.
We don't want you to either. Okay. So I'm going to address the mitigations outlined in this document, and I'm not going to address the AMP because everybody else has done a very good job. I'm going to specifically focus on the build-out reduction program. We just received last night the draft for the BRP document here. We haven't even had a chance to review the draft. It's a 40-page document from the committee, and by the way, the committee has done an excellent job. Thank you so much for all the work from these individuals. They have been working their buns off, and I really appreciate it. I'm going to read you a statement I made in 2008 concerning the BRP. CEQA Guidelines Section 15364 defines feasible as capable of being accomplished in a successful manner within a reasonable period of time, taking into account economics, environmental, legal, social, and technical factors. The fact that we haven't even certified a BR program, the only thing we've certified is the Citizens Finance Committee reports. We have not actually done this program. This is an actual copy of the original draft done by RBF Consulting that was pulled and never actually completed. We were supposed to have this completed in 2008, and it never was done. That's what the committee is supposed to be working on. It's a 62-page report. Now, this has been pulled off the website at the CCSD, and the only reason there's a copy even floating around is because it's at the library in the references section. It was buried there, and I was able to pull out and make copies, and I've been handing this out to everybody in town, because this was supposed to be finalized, and this never was. That's what this document was supposed to do before you certify the FEIR. You do not have a second mitigation on your document here. Thus, your document is not going to be successful. So again, since 2008, we've been waiting for certification of the actual Build-Out Reduction Committee plan, and we have not received it. And to date, we have not received it. So you're going to vote today for an FEIR that does not have, we don't even have a draft of the Build-Out Reduction program here. So I caution you, maybe you should have this completed document, this final from RBF or whoever else, attached to this, just like you did with the AMP at the last moment, with 24 hours before you certified then, you gave us a document. We'd like to see a certified final BRP program as well to go ahead and vote on. So cart before the horse here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'd like to address a couple of items, unless there's something, Mr. Carmel, did you have anything, or Mr. Gruber? How about Michael Baker International? Did you have anything that you wanted to address directly? Okay. Relating to the CDO versus the EIR, I personally don't see a conflict with it, and please, I'm stepping into an area that I am not an expert in, so please correct me if my understanding is wrong. But the EIR, for me to see that there's not a conflict between the CDO, the cease and desist order on the evaporation pond, and what is described in the EIR, I imagine that we did this project in order that is normally projects get done, which is an EIR project. Project doesn't always match exactly the description in the EIR because things happen during the construction process, as we did experience, even though we didn't do an EIR first. Therefore, the cease and desist order would have come after the EIR was already certified. Because everything's a little bit backwards, we're kind of struggling with some of these conflicts that would otherwise not appear to be a conflict. So correct me if I'm wrong, but the EIR not describing the solutions that we eventually determine in the plan that's due August 4th for the Water Board to consider, those don't need to be matching necessarily precisely. Can you please speak to that?
Excuse me, Madam President, you're quite accurate. AES, mitigation measure AES2 requires the decommissioning of the evaporation pond within a year, or some measures have to be taken to mitigate other impacts related to it. The CDO, the cease and desist order, is going to expedite the decommissioning, probably expedite the decommissioning of the pond, but it's entirely consistent with that mitigation measure.
So regarding the baseline in the dry years, maybe Dr. McGill can speak to this, but my understanding is if you use a baseline in the dry years, and their years, if that project wasn't out there at all, the dry years would be the dry years, and that's what you would have. You wouldn't have the recharge in our aquifer for pulling it back out. You also wouldn't have the amount of water that we're putting into the creek as part of a mitigation for the lagoon, correct? And so that's why you wouldn't want to, can you just speak a little bit to that concern about the dry year baseline versus the regular year baseline?
Yeah, I think once, excuse me, we get rolling, we've got to understand the natural variation that occurs during regular
Of
years
course.
and dry years. And we're going to have to look at that in context of the habitat. We're going to have to look at that into context of the operation of the sustainable water facility. That's all going to become part of the AMP process, understanding that interaction. We don't have that fully elucidated at this point. I think we have to, and I think some of the concerns brought up by Tom Lester is he wants to see that happen, and I agree he needs to see it happen. He will see it happen, and that will be part of the permitting process in an upgrade of the AMP. And the AMP will sit down with him and make sure it meets his concerns. We'll make sure it meets the other agencies' concerns. We'll make sure, more importantly, that it, meets the requirements of this project. So we've got to create that balance. You're absolutely right.
Okay.
The big thing is that natural variation, understand dry years versus
Okay.
year. I'm working on another project with another endangered fish species down in San Bernardino County. It's that same issue. So,
Okay, thank you. I appreciate you addressing that. And
Well,
I want to,
Well, he's at the podium.
yes, please.
Just perhaps, Dr. McGill, you can reiterate that I'm trying to use an analogy. Maybe the AMP is frosting on the cake. I mean, the SCIR concludes that the SWF does not produce any adverse environmental
the
impacts
modeling
associated with the creek.
concludes that. Yeah, the modeling does that, and that was the I guess the culmination of all the analysis that was done that came out of the SEIR. So yeah, and it's, as we call it, an abundance of caution. And really, we do that a lot, where we say, there is, even though it's modeled, there is a modicum of uncertainty. Based on that, we're going to implement this project and make sure it doesn't happen. So we avoid no impacts. And that's an important thing, and that's why the AMP process was essentially generated by U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and it's routine process now. 10 years ago, you didn't hear of it. It's routine now, and that's what we're doing here.
Mr. Greshams?
Madam President, if I may add to, you know, on some of the existing baseline condition documents, for example, the May 2014 San Simeon Creek Basin groundwater modeling report, that was not done on just 1 year. That had data going back from, say, the 1980s to approximately 2014. It had rainfall data going back to 1870 up to 2013. There was additional data they used from 2009 to 2013. So there's a very extensive amount of data went into developing that groundwater model that was calibrated. That in turn tied into the October 16, 2016 technical memorandum on San Simeon Creek flows. So again, that was not just based on 1 year of data. They went back at least into 18 years of data. They included the USGS report. They included one of the principal authors that created that USGS report back in I think it was 1988 or so that was done. So there was a lot of extensive data that went into both of those geohydrological modeling efforts.
And I'm just hearing that there's additional that we need to do. Now, this is another, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Carmel, the mitigations in the EIR, this is a document for the district. They don't, I mean, who enforces it if we don't do that mitigation? It's not really relevant because they would become conditions of a permit, which then somebody else enforces whether or not we're meeting those conditions, correct?
Right. Well, we have a mitigation monitoring and reporting program that'll designate who's responsible for following up.
But also with the BRP not being finalized, it's going to be used probably by the agencies that are permitting. I mean, we can say anything we want in the document as long as it's adequate and is a mitigation that's realistic and feasible. But the reality is that it's the conditions put on us through the permitting process that ensure we're actually mitigating potential impacts, yes?
That's correct. Those mitigation measures will all become project conditions of approval if and when we get our permits. And I know Director Sanders can speak much more eloquently and in detail about this issue. But the BRP is not a mitigation measure on this EIR. It was a mitigation measure imposed through the Water Master Plan EIR many, many years ago. Since then, we've pretty much implemented, I think, over 1,000 lots have been retired through the BRP. It's not a phantom program. It's subject to some fiscal constraints. That's what we're tackling now. Mm-hmm. But that's a program that has been implemented quite a bit. I think we all know that. We strive to retire lots through almost any mechanism we can. So yes, you're quite accurate.
Director Behringer.
Well, I was going to move that we adopt Resolution 34-2017, certifying the revised final subsequent environmental impact report for the Cambria Sustainable Water Facility.
Second the motion.
It's been moved and seconded. Under discussion.
Yes,
Director Sanders and then Director Farmer.
Yeah, under discussion and getting back to the BRP, the district has implemented several portions of the old BRP that are included in the draft for the new BRP. We have the Special Project Areas 1 and 2 TDC program. We've got voluntary donations of lots to the Land Conservancy and in some cases directly to the district. We have a lot merger program. So through those various devices, many lots in this town have been either retired or merged into already developed lots, and the program has been very successful. I'd like to point out too that the North Coast Area Plan, which governs land uses along the North Coast, has a provision in it that requires that we simply make progress on lot retirement. It doesn't mandate that we have the BRP. The BRP is it's an insurance policy, and even without the BRP, we're doing quite well in terms of lot retirement.
Director Farmer.
Thank you, President Rice. I just want to make a brief comment, or maybe not so brief. Ms. Webb, in her comments, she talked about the fact that this, the project, the emergency water facility, which is what we actually had the permit for, is still being constructed, or you might say deconstructed. It would be interesting to know what the ultimate cost, and I believe the figure, and Vice President Sanders, I believe, made this observation that it may cost up to $1 million to, and I would tend to agree, to ultimately empty the brine pond and repurpose the pond for a water storage area, or let's say off-stream storage. And then we also have to, of course, build a new water treatment facility for that off-stream storage. In years past, when many members of this community would get up and present the fact that they felt that the best way to address the water issues of this community was off-stream storage. And I can remember on many occasions when, let's say, our chief engineer and Mr. Greshams and other folks would say, off-stream storage is the most expensive way of obtaining water for the community. And then they go on to tell us what was less expensive. But now we are actually going to have a water storage area, off-stream storage, which in the past has been kind of dismissed as too expensive or whatever. I want to just bring up the fact that since we are now accepting the fact that some type of water storage area is a way to pursue meeting the needs of this community, that Clyde Warren, who's lived in this area for decades and supplies water to members of this community if they just go out there and get it for watering their landscaping and that type of thing. He and Jan Pedoti have always been ranchers that have been there to help us out in times of challenge or crisis with regard to meeting the water needs of our town. And right now, he's willing to offer 400 acre feet for off-stream storage. And in fact, there's grant funding available from the state for a project such as this. It appears as if we are spending money, whether we wish to or not. We have incurred tremendous debt with this facility. I think the least we could do is investigate what Clyde Warren has offered, especially because, ultimately, we're going through so many changes on this planet. That's pretty obvious, no matter how you feel about how we should move forward in this community. What we ultimately need to do as a species is live in harmony with the natural environment. That's you talk about baselines. That's the baseline. And if we can't live in harmony with Mother Earth, then we're pretty much doomed as a species. And I think we need to seriously address what we're doing up on the hill there, how we conduct our daily lives here with regard to conservation and all of that, but what is right, what is best for how we live in harmony with Mother Earth. Her beauty nourishes our soul. The food that she provides nourishes our body. The two most important things on this planet, three most important things, are the land, the water, and the air that we breathe. And if we don't live in harmony with those three essentials for life, then we're all messed up. And we're already proving that we're all messed up. So it's really a matter of rewiring our consciousness in our brain as to how we approach everything with regard to Mother Earth. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Director Barringer?
Thank you, Mr. Farmer. I just want to, several years ago when we were building the emergency water supply, it was clear that it was well thought out. There was, the Army Corps of Engineers had 5 options available. They'd been studying it for years. We had spent $300,000 on their study. There's 20 feet at least of reports in the office. When we go over there later, you can see how many, it was the only doable option. It was well thought out, and we implemented that. It was an emergency water supply. It saved our butt if we would have had another year of lack of rain. And now to repurpose it, to get something out of our investment, makes great sense.
Let me just...
And I did talk to Clyde Warren, by the way.
Vice President Sanders,
Let
please.
me add, I think you left unsaid a couple of things. First of all, I don't think Clyde Warren would be interested in giving us 400 acre-feet of water. He would be selling us 400 acre-feet per water. So you might want to factor that into your thinking about that alternative. Secondly, Clyde Warren gets his water from the same place we get our water. We need the SWF when there is no water. If we don't have any water, Clyde Warren won't have any water. So what good is Clyde Warren's proposal?
I'll just say this, and you know,
Director Farmer.
we still have more to do in this meeting. I'll just say this. Initially, it was supposed to be an emergency water facility during stage 3 water emergencies, not what we have now. And the second item, I appreciate the fact that Director Barringer brought up the reams of documents that we got and spent ratepayers' money on with the Army Corps of Engineers that has produced.
Harry, I'm going to quote from Ronald Reagan when he was debating Jimmy Carter when the two were running for the presidency. There you go again. That's exactly what Ronald Reagan said when Jimmy Carter was waving all kinds of red herrings about Ronald Reagan's terms as governor of California. The Army Corps of Engineers paid for all of those studies, not the CCSD. I know that because when I was on the board the first time, I worked very hard, so did Bob Gressens, on getting Congress and the Corps to agree that we would not have to come up with any local match for the monies that the Corps of Engineers was spending. So please, if you're going to make statements about the SWF, get your facts straight.
I just want to remind us that the point of this item is to determine that the EIR is adequate. It's adequate, not that it's perfect, not that it has the perfect answers to everything, but it is a guiding document for us going forward. I have been conflicted on this issue for almost as long as this thing has been built, because like Mary Webb, I agree we can probably conserve our way, but that doesn't improve the resilience of our supply. And if climate change becomes worse, and we do have a certain obligation to folks who are within a district with pipes in front of their property and residentially zoned. So we are not doing our job as a district if we're not providing enough water for health and safety and use and fire protection and all the reasons why we need to be doing that. We're also not doing it by not maintaining the distribution system. There's a lot of things we could be doing better. It's not perfect, but I believe that it's adequate. I believe that if there are mitigations that need to be put into place, they will become conditions because then they can be enforced. And I very much would like to suggest that we continue, either Vice President Sanders and I continue on the Water Supply Committee, or we have 2 other members of the board, to make sure what happens going forward is we are having those conversations with coastal staff to make sure that what's happening is, if there are inadequacies according to what Tom Lester's expectations are, we address those in some way. And because otherwise, voting no on this is not an option for me, and here's why. It doesn't get us any closer to protecting the habitat. What gets us closer to protecting the habitat is going through the permitting process with agencies that have the ability to enforce violations, like, for example, the Regional Water Quality Control Board. Voting no today doesn't get us closer to something that's acceptable and isn't creating impacts. It gets us closer to a situation where we do have agencies that are independent of us overseeing what's happening. And I do not intend to drop the ball myself as a board member on making sure what happens going forward is we can get a CDP for this very expensive project.
Let's call the question.
All right. Please call the roll. Do we need to restate the motion?
No.
No.
Director Berenger?
Aye.
Vice President Sanders?
Aye.
Director Farmer?
No.
Director Thompson?
Aye.
President Rice?
Aye. Okay, now I'm going to go throw up. 8D. Before we go to 8D, I just want to I want to say it's been a long meeting already. We've still got 4 items plus closed session and evaluation of the GM and the district council. I just want to find out if there is any interest in perhaps maybe continuing to a date certain close by on these items. I don't know about the rest of you, but this has been a taxing day for most of the folks here.
Madam President, we have one person here who I think is interested in item 8E, if I'm not mistaken. And if we do continue any of these items, I would suggest that we not continue that one so that she doesn't have to come back and.
So if we do 8, I know with the balanced public relations, that's the contract, because there's a timing issue on that. And
Well, we've also had a representative from balanced public relations sitting here for 5 hours, so.
Okay.
And I think that these remaining things can be dealt with relatively quickly. There's little, as far as speaker slips, I say we should press on. In fact, I would go and I would
All right.
move before discussion.
Yeah, okay.
I'd move to approve amendment
Wait,
number
wait,
3.
let's have the staff report, please.
Okay.
I know we're in a rush, but I
Not in
want
a
to make
rush.
sure we
Item
get
8D
the
is
staff
discussion.
report.
Thank you, Madam President, Board. Item 8D is discussion and consideration to approve amendment number 3 to the agreement for consulting services for balanced public relations. Just a brief overview on this. I did meet with President Rice and Vice President Sanders, along with Senator Flores. There were some items discussed regarding his current contract. There were some amendments made to the current contract that allowed for the price to be reduced significantly down to $7,000 a month. There was also an agreement that stated that he would file on a quarterly basis the appropriate paperwork regarding his position with the CCSD. And there was also a more narrowed scope. We really kind of homed in on everything with regards to what he specifically was doing. There was also some language that Senator Flores and I would conduct weekly conference calls. In addition to, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, it was every other month or quarterly that he would meet with the executive committee, which is comprised of President Rice and Vice President Sanders. So I think we also talk about some of the ongoing work that needs to be done, specifically relating to water and wastewater capital projects, permitting and related items. In addition to the daily operations of the CCSD, ongoing assistance in several areas identified in the scope of work under the existing agreement for consultant services would continue to be extremely helpful as the CCSD addresses and resolves crucial water and wastewater issues while also capitalizing on grant opportunities. Mr. Flores has proven to be invaluable in organizing and participating in meetings and key appointed elected state officials who play critical roles in grant funding and project approval process. It is anticipated that the BPR will accelerate the intensity outreach efforts, which may include lobbying activities on behalf of the CCSD to help the boards achieve the priorities and goals. Again, so both President Rice and Vice President Sanders were in the meeting with myself and Senator Flores, and I think it's an agreement that has addressed and hopefully resolved some of the concerns that you had. And we do have a representative here. Liz is here from Balanced Public Relations. So thank you.
Director Berenger.
I move that we approve amendment number 3 to agreement for consultant services with Balanced Public Relations, with a comment that I think that the work of the executive committee and the general manager to get the price down and the scope more precise was worth it.
Second.
Moved by Director Berenger, seconded by Director Thompson.
Yes.
Vice President Sanders.
Under discussion, I think with regard to at least 2 items that are on our plate, I think the experience, et cetera, of Senator Flores is going to be critical in terms of our success. The 2 items we have on our plate that he is working on and hopefully will continue to work on include our ongoing permitting process with the State Water Resources Control Board and our permitting process on the SWF.
Thank you, Vice President Sanders. I've got some public comment if you have a question. Otherwise, can we go to public comment? All right, public comment. I have one request to speak, Elizabeth Bettenhausen. Is she still here? Okay. Karen, did you mean to do for this item or the next item? Okay, thank you. I just wanted to make sure, there's no other comment on this item. I just want to make a couple of quick statements, but after Director Thompson. Did you have, okay, your light's on.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Director Farmer.
I'll try to be brief. I want to commend Mr. Flores, because it says here that it's anticipated that Balanced Public Relations will accelerate and intensify their outreach efforts. They're going to accelerate their efforts while they're taking a pay cut. How many people would do that? Going to work harder and take less money. At least one thumb up. But what I would really like to say is, by the way, I want to commend Mr. Flores for an article he had in the Fresno Bee about 6 months ago, where he stated that off-stream storage was the most effective way to deal with the water crisis in our state. Just want to mention that. But I would really like to ask, and this is no reflection on Mr. Flores, but how many community services district in San Luis Obispo County and the state of California have a paid lobbyist in Sacramento? That's my question and comment.
Okay.
Well, I can respond to that. The county has a paid lobbyist in Washington, D.C., and for many years, the sole job of that lobbyist was to pursue monies for the Los Osos sewer treatment plant. So through the county, the Los Osos Community Services District had a lobbyist in Washington, D.C.
Well, it's nice to know that a county of 240,000 people had a lobbyist in Washington, D.C. I don't know if you could equate that to a town of 6,000 people
And that
having a lobbyist.
that cost got lumped in with the other costs that were spread among the ratepayers in Los Osos.
Well, thank you. I'll continue. I don't know if we, never mind.
There-
I think I've made my,
There are a couple of organizations whose focus is sunlight and showing where money is coming from, where it's going to, that track all of the lobbyists, federal and state. And one of the things that we did ask Mr. Flores to do is to file the required lobbying forms that the state has put into place. And those requirements changed in January 2016, and so that triggers us to make sure that we know, and the public is aware of who he's meeting with on our behalf. The scope of work was reduced, so he's intensifying, but in a more focused area, to my understanding. He's also laid a fair amount of groundwork since we hired him, 2 years ago? We contracted with him the first time. So, but the real reason why I think this is a valuable, besides the groundwork that's already been laid, that he already is well informed on the situation for relating to our project, it's important to note that without his help, there's no way we would have been able to get our licensing moved forward into a speedier line, which absolutely is going to help us incredibly. And I was hoping he'd be here today, but there's some big cap and trade meeting up in Sacramento, and since he's on the California Air Resources Board, he couldn't be here. But I think that the next time that this board sees him at a meeting, which hopefully will be soon, I'm seeing nodding back there from Liz, that he will report on those changes, and I think that is significant and has been and will be worth it going forward. Am I happy we're spending the money? No, we don't really have it. Has it been valuable? I really do think that it has, because I otherwise could not support this even at the reduced rate. Because I don't think it's a significant reduction, but it is a reduction, and it's partially, actually entirely, because we asked him to reduce the scope of what he was working on instead of kind of scattershot. And I feel much more comfortable, since he will be meeting with executive committee going forward, that there will be more accountability in terms of what he's getting done.
Yeah.
The president is being modest. She dropped the hammer on him.
I want to call the question, huh? What do you think?
well, I will say this. The first time that I met Mr. Flores,
Sledgehammer.
and I asked him, I said, would you be willing to reduce your salary and refocus on the particular items that were most important for the district? And he said he'd be willing to do that. And that was the first time I met him, which I think was like 6 months ago.
And that's what this represents. So let's have a roll call vote, please, unless somebody else has something.
Director Berenger?
Aye.
Director Thompson?
Aye.
Director Farmer?
No.
Vice President Sanders?
Aye.
President Rice?
Aye. Vote is 4-1. Next item is 8E.
Thank you, Madam President, board members. Item 80 is a discussion and consideration of ordinance 02-2017, amending the CCSD code, section 8.04.100, regarding position transfers and related requirements. And I will let Tim Carmel, our district counsel, handle this brief and hopefully speedy staff report.
Thank you, General Manager Gruber, Madam President, members of the board.
You don't have to talk fast.
Okay, I'll make it quick. This has actually been before you from the public. It's really come out of the real estate community. Our transfer of position ordinance in our code has some very archaic provisions, unnecessary, arcane provisions. That's what this item is intended to address. The restrictive covenant provision. When you transfer a position, from a sender parcel to a receiver parcel, you're required to enter into a restrictive covenant. Essentially, the purpose of that is to prevent water use and development on the sender parcel. That's the purpose of the restrictive covenant. We have several requirements that go way beyond that, and that's what this ordinance attempts to address. Let me quickly review those. One is you need matching ownership, that is the same owner of both the sender parcel and the receiver parcel. Why you need matching ownership, we really don't know, and we can't trace, and legally it's not required. It's very cumbersome in a real estate transaction to have, when you have a buyer and a seller, to have one of them own both properties. So that's one of the requirements. The other two relate to the restrictive covenant being recorded against the receiver parcel. The only requirement in those transactions related to the receiver parcel is that underlying lots in that parcel be merged. It's another wonderful tool we have that implements the build-out reduction program. So there is a purpose there. But it doesn't need to be in the restrictive covenant. So we're going to move that requirement to the transfer agreement, which is also required as a part of the transaction. It has to be done within 90 days of the transfer. So its permanent placement in the official records of the county is really not necessary. The last requirement, also it relates to recording it against the receiver parcel. So the last two, the 90-day requirement, that's in the transfer agreement. There no longer will be a requirement to record the restrictive covenant against the receiver parcel because it provides no benefit. Those three items are what you're looking at in this ordinance. What we recommend that you do is introduce it by title only, waive further reading, and we'll bring that back next month for adoption.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
On the lot merging, that's still going to be a requirement?
It's a requirement. We're moving the requirement to the written transfer agreement that we have between the parties and CCSD.
So it is,
so it's
that
enforceable.
will still
Right.
be in place?
It has to happen within 90 days of the transfer. So it's a
Is
very
there
very temporal.
Okay, so is there a way that we can make sure that that happens? Because if it's one of the tools of the original BRP.
Right. It's enforceable by the district through an agreement.
Through an agreement, which means that we would have to, I'm just
We
trying to
have-
get the
We have a
gist.
transfer agreement anyway. We're just going to take it out of the code and put it into the agreement itself.
Okay.
I'm interested in public comment before I move.
I cannot believe I almost neglected to do so. Mike Lyon, followed by Karen Dean. Welcome.
Thank you, Mike Lyons. District Council has spoken so eloquently on this and so forcefully and so logically that I doubt that I need to spend any of your time, but you asked for public comment, and I'll give it to you. And that the build-out reduction and lot retirement are important goals of the CCSD, and especially as we work towards the inevitable question of growth. I thank Kathy Mart, who's here today, who none of us would be talking about this without her courageous coming forward and pointing out just how archaic the system is. As a lot owner, a homeowner, and a realtor, all of the points she's made are a very sore spot in my memory, having done all these things. I would suggest that with her reputation as the preeminent escrow officer in this whole area, that we listen to her carefully and take her advice, and the net result of it will be much, I predict, going out on a limb here, much easier transitions of lots, merging of lots, and transfers of water meters. The net effect of this will be greatly positive to the build-out reduction. The one thing I would recommend in all of this is to make sure to the board and the CCSD, as well as the realtors who probably don't need the encouragement, hope not, would be that this easier process, I hope much easier process, should be advertised to property owners. So that, and I know that I've talked to property owners in the past who said, I just don't want to deal with it, it's too difficult, they make it too hard for me, I can't find an escrow officer who's willing to do it, and now all those things could be removed by the stroke of your pen.
Thank you. Karen Dean. Thank you. Welcome.
Karen Dean, you all know that. I am, as Mike Thompson describes them, one of the good people on the water wait list. We purchased the lots next to us, wanting to keep them as open space, The only way we could purchase them was with the waitlist position. And when I talked to our escrow officer, who explained to me the only way to get rid of the waitlist position was matching ownership on the title. Those who know me real well know that Murphy's Law applies to me way too often, and the thought of having someone else's name on the title of a lot I'm trying to sell scares me. Because who knows what can happen in the however 30 days or so that it could take to transfer it. So I strongly agree with the proposal in front of you, the change in the requirements, and hope that you pass it, because I'd like to get rid of the waitlist position and retire my lot. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
With that, I'd like to introduce by title only ordinance 02-2017 and waive further reading. An ordinance amending section 8.04.100B.4 of the Cambria Community Services District Municipal Code regarding position transfers and related requirements.
Second the motion.
Moved by Director Behringer, seconded by Vice President Sanders. Is there any further discussion on this item? Then let's call the question.
Director Behringer?
Aye.
Vice President Sanders?
Aye.
Director Farmer?
Aye.
Director Thompson?
Aye.
President Rice?
Aye.
A
And I'd
unanimous
just like
vote.
to comment that we are going to go through these ordinances and fix some of these things. I'm glad that you've kicked it off with something so successful. Thank you.
And I hope you were entertained for the last 5 hours.
Yeah? All right, next item up is 8F.
Thank you, Madam President and Board. This is item 8F. It's discussion and consideration of adopting a resolution 37-2017, amending the Board of Directors bylaws regarding removal of an item from the draft agenda. And District Council Tim Carmel will cover this staff report. Thank you.
Thank you, General Manager Gruber. I won't speak too fast. This is brought back because there were some issues regarding how to remove an item from a draft agenda. Currently, Section 3.1 of the bylaws specifies that an agenda is prepared by the General Manager in cooperation with the Board President and Vice President. There's no provision as to how you remove an item from a draft agenda, so that's why it's before you. There's some suggested language in a resolution that's attached to this item that essentially parrots the exact same process for removing an item, and that is it's done by the General Manager in cooperation with the President and Vice President. And if that's the direction you want to go, then it's as simple as adopting the resolution. Otherwise, it's up to you guys to figure out how you want to remove an item from a draft agenda.
Madam President, I move the amendment to the bylaws as referenced in our staff report and as explained by the District Council.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded under discussion.
I have a comment. What if the Vice President or the President aren't available?
Thank you, I had that question
Does
too.
it take, what happens?
Well, under this provision, it doesn't come off.
You have to have two board members to agree to take it off. My comment is that I think that we should have the parallel construction with putting something on. I don't think that the president alone should have the right to put something on without the agreement of the vice president. And because there's a few things that, the reason why I took the thing off the agenda that triggered this bylaw revision had to do with time and not anything nefarious, but we don't know going forward if that would necessarily be the case. I think that having similar construction so two people can put it on, two people can take it off is appropriate and more accurately reflects the fact that the chair's job, the president's job, is to chair the meeting and not necessarily have
Right.
any unilateral.
I don't want to beat a horse. Let's vote.
I would like to make an amendment if that's acceptable to where it's a parallel construction. That I don't think that the president should have the right to put it on by themselves or take it off by themselves.
Okay, and that would be brought back next month?
Tim? Mr. Carmel?
Isn't that, isn't that what it says, isn't that what it says now in the packet? You can't put it on without the vice president and the general manager.
It says must be approved by the board president or a board or majority of the
Oh,
board.
you're talking about this, the second section.
Yeah.
And how do you want to change it?
I just want to have it be that the board president and vice president
Are required.
have to approve. It has to be a majority or both president and vice president.
Absolutely, we can just add it right now.
Okay,
Let's
well,
just insert and vice president.
And vice
after
president,
And
and
I'll,
move forward.
If that's an
I'll
okay
accept that in the
change.
motion, that
That's
with the
acceptable
change,
to
that's
the
my,
maker of the motion.
okay. You made the
And
motion.
I'll second
Concur?
that.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, directors. I think that solves my main concern. Let's go and have a vote on this sucker, because it's getting late.
Vice President Sanders?
Aye.
Director Berenger?
Actually, it was Michael Thompson. Mr. Thompson.
Director Thompson?
Aye.
Director Farmer?
Aye.
Director Berenger?
Aye.
President Rice?
Aye. All right, we have
8G.
G.
Item 8G, Madam President.
Can we put a
Board.
bylaw that says
Yeah.
not allowed to put on 8G? You can only go up to F.
This is a discussion and consideration of appointment of an ad hoc committee to review information technology systems. This is, I think, your item that you brought, that you wanted to put on it. Staff recommends that the board discuss and consider splitting off the duties initially assigned to the Infrastructure Committee for the work associated with pending technology infrastructure issues in all departments and create a separate Information Technology Ad Hoc Committee. Here's some of the things that I listed, and I would want maybe the board. So this is what this is going to include. Servers, do we go to the cloud or do we go to a hard-based servers? SCADA system, software to include financial software, parcel management to include CIS, radio reads. In other words, when we start replacing our meters, do we want to make sure that they're updated, and then computers, and then GIS, which is our system that layers our different infrastructures. I don't know if I want another ad hoc committee. Don't take that wrong. I mean, we got a lot on our plate right now. Yeah, this is, we could keep it with the existing committee. I'll do whatever the board chooses, but a lot of this is operational, and I don't necessarily know that we need a board who should be really focusing on policy to be involved in what kind of SCADA system we should have, what kind of computers we should buy, what
But
kind of.
where we store our data is kind of an important policy
Yeah,
issue.
I mean, so
and
I'll do whatever the board's
security.
pleasure is. I
hear-
just think that we could probably handle this, or keep it on the existing infrastructure ad hoc committee. I'm just a little leery of forming another ad hoc committee. But with that being said, I'll do whatever the board's pleasure is, and we'll make it happen, and we'll find the time to do it, and we'll get her done.
All right. Any discussion? I don't have any public comment slips.
I just want to make a brief comment. And I understand, do you actually need another ad hoc committee? Perhaps, and I don't know the level of expertise that exists on this board or in our office to necessarily come to some very expert conclusion as to what needs to be done. So maybe this might be an area where we develop an ad hoc committee and expand it to a standing committee, which is what we were hoping to do, and get some people in the community to have a real level of expertise regarding all these issues and make use of their talents. I don't know if that makes any sense, but that was my first feeling when I read this.
I think having technology issues on an ad hoc committee could be good for at policy, not just at operational level, to look at things like security of our IT and how we set the budget kind of things relating to making sure we have our programs in sync. I mean, I'm not very eloquent at this point in the day, but my thought was that Director Berenger and I would be, with our backgrounds, would be good on that committee. But I hear what the general manager is saying. about it too. So I'm interested to hear what other board members think.
Madam President, I'd be more than happy to spend some time during deliberations on especially the software for, the GIS software and the software required for the new financial system. And I'd be more than but whether we have an ad hoc committee, if the general manager would accept my advice when he's looking at different things, I don't know if you need a committee for it. And I know you have, especially from a website perspective, that I'm convinced that it looks nice maybe, but it's not.
SQL and database, and there's a lot of things that are
that's missing. Well,
that we could be doing better.
it could have been WordPress or something. But anyway.
That's
Whatever.
not just the
website.
website.
But I don't think you need an ad hoc committee to do that. I think if
So we're okay with my main concern was the financial software, which is a significant investment and does have in it training and data conversions and a lot of things that are required. That's why it's 175.
So if you want to call it an ad hoc committee, I'd join you, or
if the general manager thinks they've got the expertise on the staff and doesn't need policy direction, then there's no reason for it.
What I wanted to do next was migrate the infrastructure committee towards this section of the infrastructure,
That
if you will.
works fine for me,
We've
as long as
covered
it's fine
most-
with
Yeah, we've covered most of the water and wastewater, although we need to kind of go back around on some issues. But what we're going to do what I was going to do next is involve Director Farmer and Director Berenger with staff and sit down and say, okay, because we're ready to get serious about purchasing the financial software, but I want some input from you guys.
So let's see, I'd be interested if Director Thompson or Director Sanders, who are not on that committee, have any thoughts on it.
Let me say, based upon my experience serving on the board for 8 years, from 2002 to 2010, I will go to my grave regretting that there wasn't more board oversight of the acquisition of the SCADA system.
Oh my God.
It was a disaster.
Yeah.
And, the staff just went off and did its thing, and it led to absolutely no good. So in
Excellent
one
point.
fashion or another, Director Beringer, with your expertise in this, President Rice, with your expertise, I would feel a lot more comfortable if you were involved in the process.
Director Thompson.
Sounds good to me, and I just, hope you don't involve me because I can barely turn on my computer, so.
You're not there, yeah.
I do
Director
think, though,
Berenger.
if anybody's watching this in the community that has direct expertise on financial software and they want to bring it to my
Please.
attention or your attention,
Please.
please do, rather than having the general manager being pulled in all different ways.
Correct.
I'd be glad to serve that function too.
Yeah, I think that's an appropriate.
We'll do it.
So
Okay.
it sounds like there's consensus unless, Harry, Director Farmer, do you have any input that you'd like to give?
I already made my comment, thank you.
Okey doke. Then we need to make a motion.
Okay, I move that President Rice and myself be on an ad hoc committee with special focus on the financial software and any other technology, and any other IT decisions.
I second.
Second the motion.
All right.
Okay.
Fair.
Okay, here goes.
Director Berenger.
Aye.
Moved and Vice President Sanders seconded. We got future agenda items, Jim. Almost. I know everybody's ready to go. Vice President Sanders seconded. Please call the roll.
Director Berenger?
Aye.
Vice President Sanders?
Aye.
Director Farmer?
Aye.
Director Thompson?
Aye.
President Rice?
Aye. Last item is future agenda items, and I would like to add an item to future agenda items. And I don't want to be changing our bylaws all the time, but can we please put something in there? If we were having meetings that started at 5 or 6, we would have what most other agencies have, which is a cutoff time where you have to have a unanimous vote past that time
I
to
agree.
continue.
5
I think
o'clock.
that's appropriate to do.
Okay.
We'll bring that back at the next meeting if that's agreeable.
Sure.
Do we need to make a motion, Or is there enough agreement that that's a good idea that we don't need to
If the
formally
If the
move?
vice president agrees, then all you can do, you guys just do it.
This is true, but I want to make sure that it's all good.
Wait, the bylaws require that you make a motion, and while we're there, at the risk of getting fired or ruining my performance evaluation.
No.
Upon reflection, what we just did, amending that provision that says the director can only add it with the consent of you two.
Right.
That sort of invites a Brown Act violation, because now you have three people essentially talking about a specific
Wait.
agenda item. So I want to refine that potentially bring that back to refine it, to make
Okay.
sure there's no substantive discussion on the item. You're just talking about putting
Okay.
it on the
No
agenda.
problem.
So
Okay.
we'll add that.
Yeah, that's good. We definitely don't need any Brown Act violations.
in our
We want to be.
bylaws.
You're
So I move that we have on a future agenda, preferably August, but for time, a change to the bylaws relating to the time of the meetings.
And is 5 hours the mark that you want?
I hadn't thought that far.
We'll just
frankly.
we'll leave it open then.
Maybe we should make it 4.
I mean, yeah. Let me go do some studies on how long a brain can handle sitting in a chair.
I'll second that. I'll second it.
I know.
It's wonderful.
I'm getting my second
I
win.
love meetings.
Well, it's good that you're going to get your second win because we got another
So I'll
item.
second that.
Yeah. All right. So that's seconded. Roll call, please. I moved. Berenger seconded.
Okay. President Rice?
Aye.
Director Berenger?
Aye.
Director Farmer?
Aye.
Director Thompson? Vice
Thank-
President Sanders?
Aye.
Thank
Madam
you.
President.
Yes, future
what-
agenda items.
Future agenda item, either an agenda item or simply a direction to staff, one of the two. A couple of us have been approached by the Historical Society and by the Lions Club with regard to the future of the lot owned by the CCSD that's adjacent to the post office. There is a desire on the part of the two organizations to somehow move the old schoolhouse to that location.
At Center and Bridge?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I don't know if it's feasible. There could be some creek setback issues. There's some drainage infrastructure that runs under that lot, but I think we owe it to the two organizations to determine whether or not what they would like to do is feasible.
I would second that for an agenda item. And the step we took today was the first step where these can actually be talked about. I think that there's some revenue opportunity, frankly, and I think that people should realize that,
And
you know, if we're
policy
going to be
question.
trading around, and it's clear that the Historical Society and the Lions are two different entities. I did see some minutes where the high school or the schoolhouse was being given or sold for some right, transferred, and so that activity probably has already happened. But I think that there's an opportunity for us to get value out of that park.
So moved and seconded to have an item on the agenda that we can we maybe clarify a part of the agenda process? Or do you need to clarify?
I think that
what it is that
first
we
of all,
wanna-
we need to determine whether it's feasible to put a structure on the lot. I think our district engineer can probably do that fairly easily because he knows the ins and outs of the infrastructure built underneath the lot. And then it's a matter of policy for the board. Do we want to proceed down a path with these two organizations that could result in revenue opportunities, relocation of the schoolhouse, et
Okay.
cetera?
Okay, so is that future agenda item request fairly clear?
Yes, but it still has to be voted upon.
Of course, and that's what we're about to do.
Yes.
So I so move.
I'll second it.
Moved by Vice President Sanders, seconded by Director Berenger. Roll call vote, please.
I just want to make one
Harry?
quick
Sorry,
quick
Director Farmer.
comment.
Yes,
That
please.
even though I voted against the purchase of the library, although I would support it if we had the money, by moving the schoolhouse, we would have available area there to actually provide parking for staff.
Bing.
Bingo. Yep.
So I just, I mean, that's another win-win right there.
Yeah,
Correct.
but the Lions own that property.
Moved
and they're
and
not gonna do
seconded,
it.
and we'll
Okay.
have the discussion
Yeah.
when we have it on the
It gives
agenda.
people a chance to talk.
Yeah.
Vice President Sanders?
Aye.
Director Berenger?
Aye.
Director Farmer?
Aye.
Director Thompson?
Aye.
President Rice?
Aye. I would like to adjourn to closed session. I would like to go home, but I'd like to adjourn to closed session. Thank you. For those of you who stuck it out, I need to bring you lollipops or something.